Alright, I'm not sure if I want to go and I want to look through Shader Toy already this morning because I haven't done one of these Shader Toy reviews or like walking through these shaders on Shader Toy for like oh god, like a week, and there's gonna be all the revision party shaders on here. I feel like to do it justice, it's gonna take me like 4 hours to go through all these shaders. So I don't think I'm gonna do that yet this morning because that's just like so much. I think I'm just gonna go and I'm gonna try to mess around with creating one of these hyperbolic discs. I gotta be honest, I hate mathematicians. Like this stuff, it seems so convoluted to me representing it as equations where it's like instead of like programming represents it as like the actual step by step process, and equations tell you like the rules that the step by step process obeys by or obeys. Like a lot of this is about telling you like how lines are represented in the hyperbolic plane, but doesn't really tell you much about mapping. 2 times x, 2 times y, over 1 plus x2 plus y2 point xy, and the Klein model maps to x over 1 minus x2 times x2. Oh, this is like circle inversion. So I'm gonna try these and I'm gonna see what this gives me. Jesus, the birds are noisy this morning. So I think I'm just gonna display a checkerboard. Oh man, I maybe actually grid lines. Hold on. Um, I'm taking the 2D drawing functions I use from this. So, sorry, I just smacked my desk. Would have been loud on the mic. What I think I'm gonna do. So this is like parallel lines. I can't remember where I saw it. I saw one of these that displays like crisscross lines and it displays nicely how it distorts. I yeah, I'm gonna try to see if I can do that. I guess I'll just start with a simple grid. Now, how do I do a grid again? I remember, this should give me something like a grid. Oh yeah, I probably need to scale it up. Yeah, no, what do I do again to make it not a bunch of points? How do I do this? Oh, yeah. I can either... I think I'm just going to apply POW. It's a lot easier. I could subtract from it. But I'm just going to do this. And then, I feel like I should do colors for the X and Y. Like maybe color the grid. Let's just do vec4 UV. Okay. So there's our grid. Now let's try applying one of these mappings. Let's first try the point. Oh, wait. What is the Klein model? It is a disk. The inside of the disk is a model of the entire hyperbolic plane. Lines in this model are represented by chords of the boundary circle. Yeah, I don't understand this, but we'll try it. I'm fairly certain there's a bird on top of the camera right now drinking the little bit of water that's stuck on top. Or some animal. So far this seems really close to circle inversion. I still don't really understand it, but let's try it. I'm just going to try feeding these in. Oh wait, this is actually just dot, I think. Yeah, this seems to be the wrong... This is definitely the wrong mapping. What does it look like when it's expanded? So I feel like this is close. But what should be happening is goes the opposite direction. It should get smaller as it gets farther away. I'm going to try feeding in this Klein function, or whatever it is. This is a bit different, subtracting the values instead of adding them. Oh, okay. I actually can do this as one. Oh. Wait. I'm so dumb. This is just sphere mapping. Oh my god. Wait. Is it just sphere mapping? This might actually not be... This might not be the same. I don't really understand this math. Like, I understand how this is distorting it, but I don't get how it relates to an actual sphere. Let's try this mapping. Look at how much simpler this is than that. They really simplified it. So 1 divided by x and 1 divided by y, or 1 minus. Euclidean circle that is completely inside the disk is a hyperbolic circle when the center of the disk is not inside the circle. I can honestly say that I don't understand Wikipedia. I should find code for this. Code will be way easier. I also want to see how does polar inversion compare, or what would happen if I applied polar inversion to that. Now what if I subtract? What kind of mapping is that? So is that just circle inversion? Yeah, that doesn't have the same... Yeah, these definitely don't distort like the hyperbolic mapping. There's like barely any code. I think I'm just calling it. Is hyperbolic coordinates even a thing? I think what I'm looking for is hyperbolic tiling code. Actually, I think I was more correct when I was looking up Poincare disk. Yeah, so most of this that I'm finding is on tessellation. So let me try one of these equations that I found. Okay, this is what I think. I think I'm supposed to do this, but then this part is like angled by the circle that I'm going around, at least I think. I'll add the mouse coordinates. Interesting, it almost looks 3D. Well, actually, now that I think about it, oh wait, this is actually kind of like a ray intersection function, isn't it? That's cool. So I think that is a hyperbolic plane. Now let's see if I can get the circle mapping. And what if we subtracted this? Ah, it flips it, so it's the other direction. That makes sense. Now, what if we rotated this with it? That wouldn't do anything, actually. That would just be the equivalent to doing length, wouldn't it? So how do I combine this with that hyperbolic plane? this looks close, but this is just like circle inversion. All right. Produced hyperbolic tessellations in a Poincare disk. Source code. The applet parameters for the Poincare disk. I hate how I have to download like a... I don't know why... Wait. There is supposed to be a way to open as text files in Firefox. Like, how do you force it? Force open text file instead of download. I'm guessing this has down... Maybe I can remove download from this. No, it just automatically downloads .java. Holy shit. I actually hate web browsers sometimes. Like, it shouldn't be this difficult to just open a file in the browser. Oh my god. And the best solution is to download an add-on just so that Firefox can open a file. Holy shit. Open instead of download. Oh my god, you have to change every single file extension. It blows my mind that they do not give you an option to just open the file. Like, why would Firefox devs put in all this work and then they don't just give you an option when you click the file here to just open? Like, open with Firefox. It still downloads the goddamn file. Like, if you just open it with Firefox normally, it just puts it in the cache. It's such bad design. Like, holy shit. And there's so many people asking this same question as me. Same thing with images. Force open. There's some bugs about that. Oh my god, I'm gonna need to download an extension just so that Firefox can just view a file. Holy shit. It's open! And it was updated 2 days ago! God damn it! Holy shit! Okay, I'm actually so curious. Is this something that works in Chrome? Is this something that works in Chrome? Oh my god. Opening it up in Edge works. It just views the file. I'm so fucking triggered right now at Firefox devs. Holy shit. Mozilla is great for a lot of stuff, but there's things like this. They're actually fucking incompetent. Holy shit, like 21 years this bug is open. There is an extension specifically for fixing it. Holy cow. You save our lives. Oh my god. Alright. I don't think this is going to give me what I want either, because it's going to be doing it in vertex points. Apply rule, I think, is what I'm looking for. So yeah, this deals with it in Euclidean space and then applies the ruling. Yeah, this isn't what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a way to actually map. This might have the mapping here. Yeah, this isn't what I'm looking for, because this follows the hyperbolic rules, but I don't believe it deals with the actual... See, this is what I'm actually confused about. I think I actually need to do some reflection to generate a hyperbolic mapping. I don't know. I might go back to this. This works, but actually I should look at this. Do I still have this diagram up? Yeah, so this still isn't the isn't what I'm looking for. This is the part I'm missing, is it seems to be an actual I don't know, whatever this is, paragon, infinite polygon. I don't know, the distortion, maybe this is the way. I should try displaying a circle in it and see how it displays or something. Yeah, the way this tiles, I think that's what I'm gonna need to test. Try heptagonal tiling. Semi-irregular tiling of the hyperbolic plane. One square, one hexagon, and one tetradecagon. So there's the square, there's the tetradecagon, and there's the hexagon. 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, 1, 2, 3. Am I counting wrong? I think there's a... Wait. 6-sided? I must be counting wrong or something. Tetra Tetradecagon is a 14-sided polygon. Oh my god. With Hoff construction. Ah, okay, I kind of get it. Maybe. Three mirrors forming a right angle triangle. Inversive geometry. Transformation of the Euclidean plane that maps circles or lines to other circles or lines that preserves the angles between crossing curves. Oh my god, many difficult problems in geometry become much more tractable when an inversion is applied. This just seems so confusing to me. It might just be me. The vertical bars indicate Euclidean length. Is this trying to purposely confuse me? What? So is each of these vertical bars then a length or square root? Like, oh my god. I I feel like mathematicians are just trying to compress as much as they can into as small of an equation and just don't give a shit about other people understanding it. Or maybe that's just the people who write Wikipedia articles. Oh my god. Alright. I'm gonna end up spending way too long on this. I'm happy with this. Actually, wait. I'm happy with. I'm happy with this one. Wait, how does this look? Oh yeah, that's basically I feel like I think I wrote the code differently this time. What did I just do? That's kind of interesting. Alright, I'm gonna switch over to Unity now. I have like 3 different little things that I have worked on in Unity that I want to finish now. Just classic programmer stuff of just starting a project, not finishing it. So I started working on this Ethan's lighting patcher. And now I feel like, so I actually have the patcher pretty much working, but I feel like I need to make like an actual good looking scene to show. So one of the things I felt bad about with my Ethan's graphics kit is I made this path tracer, and then the only demo I have for it is this Cornell box with plain untextured materials and things. So for this I'm feeling like I need to actually show it off with textures and PBR materials and all that. But then I'm like, on another hand, I'm like, I'm delaying releasing it just to try and make it look pretty. And then I got sidetracked. And started working on an auto exposure script. Okay, I don't know what is happening with you. I've talked about this every past stream I've worked on Unity. Unity is so bugged. Like in these latest versions, like 2019 and like 2020, there's so many bugs. Like every time I start Unity, there's like errors in the console. The window layout is completely messed up. You end up spending so much more time just like reconfiguring your editor here just because Unity is so bugged. It sucks. So I'm kind of conflicted about what to work on. I think I'm just gonna do this auto exposure while I've been thinking about it and focusing on it. And like, yeah, it's like while I'm gonna work on this, I'm thinking about whether or not I want to fix up the lighting patcher. Exit this. So I already do have a good example of the lighting patcher. Specifically shows off how there's no gamma correct in Unity's. It basically goes through the main changes. Specular highlight disappears in Unity's. This fixes that and makes it a minimum size. Brightness explodes at close distances. This adds realistic attenuation. The specular gets way too bright. This makes it way duller or more realistic in my opinion. No gamma correct. This applies gamma correct. But I feel like these plain black and white spheres aren't, like there should also be an image showing how it changes like a scene with actual PBR materials. But I feel like to do that I actually need to go and make a little game. So I don't know. Maybe I'll just put this out and then when I get a nice image from a game, then I'll do that. I don't know. I was thinking about this auto exposure and I wasn't sure if it was going to work, so I kind of do want to finish this. I'm pretty confident it's going to work now. There are a few things I wasn't sure it would work in Unity. I didn't know if you could do read pixels with RGBA half format, but apparently everything works. So this is pretty inefficient when it comes to GPU stuff, but as far as I'm aware, this is the only way to do it in Unity. So to do auto exposure, we need to measure the average brightness across the screen and then raise or lower the exposure to normalize it. The issue with that is that the data is in HDR, so like ideally this should actually be ARGBA float, but that's not supported on all platforms. Like I actually thought about this, is I could check if floating point format is supported, but according to Unity, the ARGB half is what's used for most HDR formats, even on desktop anyways. So I think this is all I need. If I run into issues, I'm probably going to add an option, but this should be good. So what I need to do is, after I've read these pixels, I need to use that to calculate the average brightness or exposure. And then I've already set it up to create a post-processing volume. I'm thinking about how much I want to comment this stuff. I don't know. I feel like the code is pretty self-explanatory. Like, to give you an example, I would comment on top of this, set copies over camera settings from main camera, and then if you don't understand that this code is just copying over a bunch of camera settings, like if you need comments to tell you that, then the comments aren't going to help you actually understand like the code. Like, if that makes sense. I don't know. Maybe my standards are too high. And that, like, I expect other people to understand how to read the code. Maybe I shouldn't expect that. Alright, this is the part that's going to be especially inefficient. Okay, so part of what my plan with why this actually took me a bit to plan out is that, so you need to, alright, so I need to explain my thought process from the beginning. So like I just said, to measure the exposure, you need to render the game to like an HDR render texture where you can then measure the average HDR brightness between the pixel values on the screen. So the most efficient way to actually do that is to keep all of your render data on the GPU, use like a compute shader or something that is good at, I think a shader would be bad because it wouldn't work effectively with warps. Like, I think compute shaders work better with smaller kernel thread sizes. I can't remember what that term is. Block sizes maybe. Basically, you need to just output a single average pixel brightness. Like how the GPU would normally optimize that is through mipmaps, where it does a pyramid of building the lower mipmap levels, because all we need is just the single average brightness. We don't even need the mipmap calculation. You could just average all the pixels. The issue is I'm doing this for universal render pipeline, where I potentially want to support mobile and WebGL. So I don't have compute shaders. The only way Unity gives us to get pixel data back to the CPU, so the only way then to calculate it is either through a shader, which actually isn't like a horrible idea. My issue is, like I said, I don't think that would be efficient because it would have a bunch of pixels just, like, it wouldn't be efficient on the GPU. Just rendering a single pixel. So reading it back to the CPU actually isn't that bad to do this, especially if we're just rendering to a low resolution frame buffer. Like, I default this to 64 pixels. Like, you don't need a giant resolution to measure the average brightness. So the issue though becomes, anyone who's tried to do read pixels has probably realized this. I can actually demo this right now. So this is going to make the screen flash, I believe. Yeah, so it's going to render at like close to 512 by 250. Okay, so you can see it flashing here. If I set it to 1 and I lower it to 128. Okay, so this is rendering normally. You can see the FPS is 400. Actually, my chat's blocking. So you can see FPS is like 400 to 500. When I enable the auto exposure, boom, 100 FPS. You'll probably also notice that it's now rendering at low resolution. So this is rendering to the render texture, copying that render texture to the CPU, and then copying that CPU texture back to the GPU and rendering that. You can see our texture right here. Wish there was a way to like keep that open and click the game, but anyways, the FPS drops even if we don't render this. It's just the way it works with read pixels. So even if I disable the rendering here just to show, and also it's not the rendering size. Even if I lower this height to like 32 or a really small value, you'll notice the FPS is still dropped to like 180, 160. So even though it's rendering an insanely small frame buffer like this 32 by 32, it's still or it's actually 80 by 32, but that's still insanely small. Like that, especially on my GPU, that should not lower FPS by half. What it actually is the way read pixels works is that it is a synchronous function. So what this means is when you try to read the pixels, it will literally wait for the GPU to send that data over and not do anything else. You don't call any other graphics functions or anything while it's waiting to read these pixels. Whereas if people know how the GPU works these days, it's very asynchronous. When like the modern functions for reading back this data actually is like you'll call an asynchronous read function and you won't actually get that data back for like 1 or 2 frames, because like the way the GPU works is like when the CPU here is sending the data going render this frame, the GPU's already rendering like, oh man, I don't know how to explain this. Like it basically takes all your draw calls and frames, puts them in a queue, and the way it generally ends up working, like you can also see if you go in your NVIDIA settings, I think people have noticed there's a it's something like maximum frames. Let me see if I can. I guess maybe just for virtuality, pre-rendered frames. So yeah, there should be I actually thought there would have been another option for pre-rendered frames, but it's basically the graphics card. Wait, that's actually not the option I'm talking about. Maybe the image that I'm thinking about is gone, or what I'm thinking about is gone. Yeah, I don't think it's here anymore. Anyways, used to have an option for maximum number of frames that were like queued. So like in your actual CPU code, you'll send out this message to draw a frame, and your GPU actually won't draw the frame yet. You'll start running the CPU code to draw the frame after that, and around when, like, depending on how fast your GPU is, it generally has like a bottleneck between doing the rendering. But all of this bottleneck ends up meaning that, like, that's still not explaining it well. The way the GPU works best is if you already have like 2 or 3 frames of rendering data lined up for the GPU to render, and as the GPU is rendering that next frame, you should be lining up like the, I don't know, while the GPU is rendering like the frame from 3 frames ago, your CPU is pushing out like that next frame. Basically, like, the GPU is running in the past because it runs so fast you actually need to give it data to render before it does it. And when you do this read pixels, it stalls all of that queuing, and you all of a sudden can't stack up 2, 3, or 4 frames to render. it needs to wait for that last frame to render, and it doesn't start rendering that next frame until this read pixels is done. And at that point, you've completely like stalled the GPU rendering queue. And so like all you can do then is just put a delay. So like what I've done is, you can see, putting a delay of like 3 here. We'll put it up to 300 FPS. 4 is pretty good. You should be able to get a pretty insignificant FPS hit. It seems here that it's actually taking like 100 FPS off. So this is what I was worried about. I have done this previously in just plain OpenGL using GL read pixels. And in plain OpenGL, GL read pixels is actually like instant when you have when the frame is already rendered. So let me try disabling this. So with it disabled, oh yeah, I'm still getting actually like 400 FPS. So let me stare at the sky actually. Let's rule out other things. So staring at the sky, pretty much 500 FPS. With auto exposure like 430. So it's actually taking like, that's actually really bad. That's taking like 10 to 20% of the frame rate away. Ooh, man, that really disappoints me in Unity. So generally in OpenGL, you can line this up so that if you have it delayed like 4 or 5 frames after it has rendered, the data is basically guaranteed to be there. So when you call read pixels, it's basically instant, and all it's doing is copying that data over from the GPU. It's not instant. It still needs to send the data over. I think what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to look into like I think there's read data async calls somewhere. I think maybe in command buffers. But yeah, I think I'm going to actually need to look into some of the asynchronous reading calls or something. See, this is the really annoying thing. The only way I'm going to be able to do this is at some point I'm going to need to copy the data over. Oh, my cat is erping at me. So I've got options about how I could do this. On modern hardware, I could actually create a compute shader that copies this to a compute buffer, and that should be able to copy very quickly regardless of read pixels. So that won't work though on mobile and like Android. So that's the thing. I could create a faster option for modern hardware and then fall back to read pixels. But then that would make stuff like WebGL and stuff where this is used even slower. And like I don't believe WebGL, even WebGL 2, has an asynchronous way of let me try. Request async readback. I think this is what I'm looking for. Compute buffer, texture. I'm gonna need to look up what versions, what systems support it. Anyways, I'm curious, what is like the best performance I can get for this? It kind of bugs me how Unity releases these new APIs and they don't really put in the docs where it's supported. Yeah, no specification of supported platforms. All platforms except Metal and OpenGL. Alright, so let's see. Capping at 200 FPS. Let's see if I increase the frame delay. So 10 frame delay gives me like 430 FPS. 60 basically gives me full, nearly 500 FPS. 30 might be a nice middle ground. So I think I am going to want this async readback. Async readback render texture. I'm just going to assume that this works for render textures. Oh my god. I love how their documentation doesn't tell you any of the important stuff you want to know, like whether or not it supports render textures. Like, I'd assume texture works because render texture inherits from texture, but it would be great if the Unity documentation actually explained whether or not their API supported certain things and didn't just leave it up to people to just guess and test stuff. Yep, okay, you can do it with render textures, thank god. Wait, what does it mean capture screenshot into render texture? Whatever. Let me check this. Does Unity actually have a screen capture API now? Okay. Alright. So I'm gonna, yeah. On platforms that support it, I'm going to do this async readback. So I need to add a async readback support. I think that's the right thing. No, it doesn't say anything about whether or not it's supported, I think. Returns true. Okay. All right. So I still don't know how to use this. So what I'm going to need to do is I'm actually going to need to send the readback request. And I'm probably going to want to do it straight into native array. I don't really know how that works, but so what, I'm guessing it's a floating point native array. I'm not certain. Does it work with floating point half, or am I going to need to go through? I think I'm going to need to read the docs on native arrays. How would they support floating point half? Or I could do bytes, I guess. I suppose it's a buffer of native memory to managed code. Make it possible to share damage between managed and native without marshalling costs. Very nice. So my concern is that what format is this half float in? Is it in... I feel like it's in float 32. I think I'm just going to try float 32, but like I feel like the native data is actually in half floats. I don't know. Wait. Struct in unity.collections. Oh, that's a new one, not Unity Engine, Unity dot. Yeah, I'm not sure this is gonna be right. Man, there's like no examples on native arrays. I guess it's pretty new to Unity, or most of the examples are like for the job system, and they're nothing like using native arrays for the shaders. Classic Unity, zero documentation on the graphics side. Whatever. If this isn't supported, I could always go to compute buffers, which do have asynchronous reading even without this. Or I'm actually confused. So compute buffer used to have its own async readback. So I'm curious now if Unity has changed it so that like the compute buffer's async readback is through this static class now. It might be. No way to choose its length? Wait. Can we just set the length? Do I need to like call is created, or I guess I can just set this and it'll automatically do it. Cannot be assigned to. I don't understand. What is this API? So you have to create a managed array first. The documentation for this is so bad. Like, it's really interesting to me that if you go and look at this documentation compared to like any of the stuff that they previously did, I'm trying to find, because pretty much everything is new here, but if you go and look at like yeah, a bunch of this stuff is actually new stuff. Like the new documentation doesn't have examples, whereas like the old documentation, yeah, this is all new documentation. It doesn't have, where's the old animation API? Wait. Oh my god. Oh my god, this triggers me so much when they don't make a button, like you can't right click to open a new tab. Oh my god, bad website design. So where is animation? If animation isn't under unityengine.animations, where is it? It's just under classes. Okay. So if you look at this, for example, this is one of the old documentations they had back in like 5.2. They have examples on how to use everything. There's so much just talking about how to use it. Like if you go to the functions, okay, well if you go to most of them, there's like examples on how to use it. There's like manual versions that show. But then if you go to this new API that in my opinion is like way more complicated, you got like all these different versions of the functions. There's no examples. And there's arguably less documentation on more code. It's so bad. Relative to what Unity used to be, the newer versions of Unity just like disappoint me. So I think I'm just supposed to do new float like that. Maybe not. I do not understand this. There's like no documentation on this. Allocator.persistent. Okay. This is absolutely mind-boggling to me that this has more information. Okay, this is so triggering. The Unity docs don't even link back. This native array right here doesn't even link to the documentation. I just went to go click on this to go to the native array documentation, and it doesn't even have the link to the documentation. Like the state of Unity's new documentation for the 2019 and 2020 and 2021 is just like, it's horrible compared to Unity's old documentation. So where is data on any of these allocators or things? They really need like manuals for all of this. Like how I was just showing with the old animations and stuff, they have manual pages. They don't have manual pages for any of this. Alright, persistent allocation. It's just so disappointing using Unity years ago, seeing all this great documentation and coming back and expecting these new APIs and things to also have that great documentation, and just finding these pages that just don't even link to the documentation correctly. I don't even think this is gonna work either. Like I don't think this is gonna come back in float format. I think it's gonna come back in ARGB half. So this might only work. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Alright, so then we can have the fallback for read pixels right here. And if the async request is done, we can read it there. So I'm going to test these. I'm just going to apply the texture and blip to the screen again. I think I'm going to create the texture anyways just so I can blip to the screen here. Can be applied. Wait, what? Oh, it's a struct. It's a struct. Weird. And everything's read-only. What is this? What is this? That's actually so bad, you can't set anything in it. So how am I going to do this then if I can't like check if this is null? I'm going to need to add a bool just for checking. I guess I could use read frame delay for the async readback as well. Yeah, actually this will work. If I just reset it whenever it reads. Alright. I'm fairly certain async readback is supported on this. Let's see whether or not it works. Alright, it works. I don't know how I feel about this. It is actually dropping the frame rate more than read pixels. Oh my god, that's really bad. That's really bad. What is Unity doing? Hold on, I need to look this up. Unity async readback slower. Wait. Okay, I think I'll need to add a minimum read frame delay. Oh, this is difficult to if read frame delay bigger than frame delay. Let's try this. I don't think I freed the native array either. I guess I have to delete the native array. You know what? All this lag might actually be from the console. Now that I think about it, outputting the console every frame. Let me look this up though. Unity delete native array. I guess I'm just supposed to call dispose. Yeah, dispose. Hmm. There's other people also reporting that the async. I guess I'll check if the async readback has errors as well. Hold on, I'm just gonna try benchmarking the FPS compared to with it on and off. Alright, so like 450, 500. Yeah, very interesting. So the native arrays still hit FPS by like 50 FPS. The average FPS drops by like 50, which is like 10% still when reading back the data from async readback. That, oh man, that's not good. That 10% is a pretty big hit just for reading back some pixels. Damn. Let's check if there's error. I should actually check if this is even working. I'm not even reading or writing it into a texture yet. Okay, so there is an error. How do I get the error? Oh my god, this is so bad. So there's an error, but I don't think there's any way to get the error message. There's a bunch of things like this as well that are saying that it's got an error. Yep, doesn't give me any way. What was your bug? Seems to be zero documentation. What do you know? Zero documentation in Unity. Name a more classic combo. Google is really bad these days. Like, Google doesn't even come up with decent results past the first page anymore. It's fucking weird. Reason why has error might be true. The result is accessible only for a single frame. Once it's successfully filled and this request is disposed in the following frame. Oh my god, I have to read the data. Oh my god, I get it. I get it. I can't wait for it to be done. Or I can't I can't purposely delay it. I need to read it as soon, I think. Maybe. Oh, yeah, there's no errors now. Holy shit. What is this, though? The native container has been set to undisposable and cannot be deallocated. What? I'm so confused, but I'm disposing of it. What? Native collection has not been disposed. But I'm disposing of it. Without dispose it works. Dispose throws error. Native container set to undisposable. It's a known issue. Fucking Unity, man. Like, what am I supposed to do here then? Is there a way to, like, dispose of this? I think it's because this request is going when I dispose of this. I don't understand, because Unity doesn't link to anywhere in my code when it throws these errors. Oh yeah, it does. It just doesn't let me click it. Oh my god, here we go. Cannot be deallocated. Declared as a member of system. Disposed in an on destroy, cleared every frame. So this is what I'm doing. I'm disposing it of on destroy. Oh wow, this is like, actually the state of Unity is horrible. Like, it just straight up, like, the new APIs they're implementing are literally not documented. Like, how they're pushing this out in a production engine is just mind-boggling to me. Like, oh god, I should really just quit using this engine. The issue is doing a bunch of stuff like VR and things is basically impossible if you don't use an engine. Hold on, I'm actually gonna go in the Unity Discord. Generally get answers pretty quick on there. It's not possible. Wait, what? Unity, how to free native array memory. Yeah, and there's other people here that just like have the error and aren't getting any solutions. Oh, I actually think this is just a Unity bug that is just broken. Hmm. Yeah, so it says you're supposed to call native array.dispose. Persistent allocation. And it doesn't give any information on what persistent allocation entails. I have a feeling that this persistent allocation means that it's permanent. Like I literally can't deallocate the memory, and that I'm supposed to use temp, but Unity doesn't document this anywhere. Oh my god. And the thing that just triggers me about this as well is the async GPU readback still hits 10% of my FPS, so there's some fuckery going on behind the scenes in Unity's graphics API that's like allocating memory or something. Oh my god. I think I'm supposed to use temp job. The other thing I'm just asking people on the Unity forums is like, is there any documentation on native arrays? I figured out now that a lot of times it's better to ask people where I would learn about something than actually ask people like the question I'm asking. Like a bunch of times people try to like give me the answer that they think is right, and I end up getting way better result that they just send me like the page or whatever that they're getting their answer from. Oh my god. So this guy is telling me to use a different allocator, and I'm asking him, okay, where's the documentation that explains why I should use a different allocator? Oh my god. So I'm talking to this guy on the Unity Discord, and he's like, oh yeah, just use this option. Just use temp. Just use temp. So I'm like, okay. Throws me a bunch of errors. And he's like, okay, use temp job. So I put in temp job. It gives me the same error as before. And the guy walks me through down to persistent and goes, oh, use persistent. And I'm like, the guy didn't read my code. Persistent is what I was using at the beginning. I actually think this is just bugged and there's no way to free memory of native arrays. This is mind-boggling. Like, Unity is literally shipping unfinished APIs in their code. What the hell? Like, so here's my other thing. Like, the dots, what native array comes from is Unity's new dots and job system, which is experimental. Like, that's completely fair. That actually isn't built into their engine yet. My huge issue is they're building these features of async GPU readback to use these native arrays, but the native arrays are experimental and not finished yet. Oh my god. The state of Unity currently is horrible. Like, compared to what I dealt with, like in Unity 5 people complained about a whole bunch of issues. Like, it's not like it wasn't a perfect thing. Not like it was a perfect thing, but now it's just so much worse. There's whole sections of Unity that are just like supposed to be used yet give you no explanation on how to use them. I think I'm going to need to create a new array every frame. I actually think I'm going to need to create a new array every frame. Oh my god. So the only way around this, using persistent, would be to create a new native array every frame with the temporary and feed that in there. And then that's just giving me, like, then that's just creating a whole bunch of garbage collection. Like, oh my god, the state of Unity in 2020, 2021 is so bad. It's so much worse than it used to be. So, like, if I don't dispose of this, it doesn't free the memory. It literally creates a memory leak. But if I dispose of it, it throws an error. Wait. Oh, wait, there we go. Has not been disposed. Man. What am I supposed to do here? Like, if I can allocate the memory, but I can't free it. I I don't think there's a solution for this. I actually think Unity is just broken. Um, so there's like such little info on this as well. I don't think there's a solution for this. I think Unity created this async readback API and it just doesn't work. I'm thinking about what like so if async GPU readbacks don't work, then how would I even optimize this? Because the only this is the like all of the graphics APIs I'm doing go through Unity. Like if their API for async GPU readback doesn't work, then like I literally just can't read back data from the GPU efficiently. That is so bad. Ah. Alright, I guess I'll try allocating the native array each frame. It's the most annoying thing for me about this is that whenever I write stuff like this, I love to be able to point to the docs and go, oh yeah, I'm allocating this each frame because Unity's native array allocator says that it frees the memory each frame. But there's no documentation on that. It's like basically completely lacking. It's these things that say persistent allocation, temporary allocation, and it doesn't give you any info that actually tells you that, hey, this is only valid for a single frame and then it's freed. There's no documentation that explains that. How as a developer can I go and explain the choices I've made in my programming then to create a native array each frame? Like, a person might look at my code and go, like, I look at my own code and go, is Unity freeing this temporary data each frame? Holy shit. Yep. So I think I'm going to need to allocate Oh my god, I figured it out. So I've been talking to these guys in Unity Discord, and so you can't dispose of native arrays while they're in use. When you call this Unity async request into native array, I can't dispose it until it's done. But in this on destroy, I can't do something like while async request.done because I don't, like, that'll just freeze it. I should actually try that. Okay, so this is weird. Now there's a Unity forum post saying that something I'm doing shouldn't be possible. Think you're ending? No, I'm talking to people on the Unity Discord about a bug in Unity code. So this Unity forum post says it's not possible to do async GPU readbacks into a native array, which is the efficient way to do it. They say no, it's currently not possible. But then in my code here, I'm directly accessing the native array. And it's working. It's outputting the values each frame. What isn't working is that I'm reading... Oh, I think Unity just crashed. I can't open Unity. they're permabanning me from the Unity engine. But oh my god, dude. Like, it is actually triggering to me how undocumented this code is. I'm finding people with the exact same thing as me. There's no real documentation about it. They literally have these pages. Allocator.temp, temporary allocation. I've figured out through practice that this so through messing around this morning, I figured out that this temporary allocation actually means that it allocates the data for a single frame, and then you can't access the data the next frame. Which is really useless because a whole bunch of the jobs and native array features, like the request GPU readback, require going and transferring data between frames. It's so triggering. It's like, I'm actually thinking that the Unity engine is just bugged. The other thing that triggers the hell out of me is that this async GPU readback is supposed to be like insanely optimized, and it still takes off 10% of my FPS. It takes off 50 FPS from 500 down to 450. And just using read pixels, the really inefficient synchronous approach, if I do this every 30 frames, it takes off 50 frames per second. So it's like, I'm barely gaining any benefit by using this. Like, this is for auto exposure, so it doesn't even need to be in real time. Like, all I care about is it taking off like the 50 FPS. I would love to get that down to like taking off 10 FPS. It's just so disappointing. It's, yeah. Same as Google devs, they have priority and ignore everything that low priority. Like, I report some bugs they got low priority and never got fixed. When no one used features, no one care about it. It's not just that. There was a Firefox bug this morning that I showed. I don't know if I'm going to be able to open it. No, I can't find it. So there's this Firefox bug I found that's... No, I want to find it. It's a Firefox bug that's been open for 21 years. And so I was trying to open a file just in Firefox. Instead of downloading a text file, I wanted to view the code. And I was like, it's 2021. There has to be a way to just open a file. I actually fucking hate developers sometimes, dude. Like, 21 years to add an option to just open text files as text. And they, like, NVIDIA 3090 VR chat lag randomly, top to 1 FPS, and rare to have FPS more than 40. Speaking of that, I still can't open Unity. This is still frozen. I'm going to need to close the process. I actually saw some people mentioning this, is that the async readback API also causes Unity randomly to crash. I don't know if I want to open Unity back up. Like, I spend all this time like trudging through Unity shit, and I'm just like, man, I could have just spent 3 hours on my own game engine's physics engine, and I would have got so much more done. Or even just looking at shaders on Shader Toy. Yesterday I visit NASA web blog page in 2021. They use GIF for animated images instead of WebM. 30 FPS large GIFs instead of web. It triggers me also. That, oh my god, look at this. Look at this. Oh my god, it's throwing errors. So look at this. The engine started up and it's just throwing errors in the console. Like, I feel sometimes I'm being overcritical, but the fact that this is considered an AAA engine and it crashes on start half the time while throwing a whole bunch of errors in console and not even like it's fucking crazy, dude. The fact that this is considered AAA, maybe my engine could be AAA. Actually, if we lower standards, that might make me feel better about my engine. Oh my god. I'm not using get data. This is my other thing, is like, you ask people questions about this stuff and spend 90% of the time them just trying to understand what my code is even doing. Triggered too much, you don't use other engines, cannot compare the amount of bugs and how you waste time on other engines. I mean, just like, that's the other thing. If wasting time is like the amount, like, how do you even define wasting time? Because like, that's my thing. I think this is almost sunk cost fallacy for me, in that I view it as I've already spent a bunch of time learning all the Unity APIs, so it's like I'll use Unity because it's like sunk cost if I don't use what I've learned. But then they completely changed the API around and what I've learned doesn't even fucking matter. And it's like, well, most of the thing for Unity as well is like, I know how a bunch of their VR API stuff works and I'm fine with it. Recent bug. It should be yours. Fighting against bugs, writing non-game related code is wasted time, like fixes for engine or digging into engine coded docs. Unity save lots of time. Even if I don't use it, I understand it. See, that's the thing though. If it's not documented, like a whole bunch of this new API is, you end up wasting a whole bunch of time. I found out how to make it work. How? This is a bug. It looks like he's allocating new data each time. This seems really inefficient. Well, here's the bug. I repeat my statement. This API is not ready. Holy shit. I should also just tell them funniest thing is that the exception is simply throwing it when it shouldn't be the problem. If I continue to step through exception manually, everything still works. Oh my god. So I guess I'm just I I don't even know, cuz the issue is, so here's the huge issue. The the async GPU readback here. Oh no. Oh no, I just pressed re-import all. Fuck. Okay, good. Sometimes that takes a really long time because of how big Unity is. So this calls this async request, and then every frame after that, it checks if the async request is done. So the issue is like, we don't know if it's going to take 2 frames to get this async request back, if it's going to take 1 frame, or if it's going to take 10 frames. So that's why I need to have the allocated memory there and ready. Whereas like I said, this temporary allocator and the temporary job allocators, they last for a maximum of 4 frames. So I can't even use that for the async GPU. Holy shit, it's actually a broken API. It's just like when you use AAA engines like this, like Unity, you expect them to release production ready code that works. And all I've found for the previous versions, like 2019, 2020, and 2021, is just like all this code that's just undocumented, badly designed APIs, no manual or explanation. GPU async actually slow. It should be way faster than read pixels. Like it should technically just be waiting for like the equivalent of like a fence, a sync fence. It's just so disappointing to me when you just like struggle with a bug, and it just turns out to just be like something that's completely out of your control, like Unity's. Or I'm on DirectX 11. I don't think DirectX 12 is the default yet. I think I can set, if I go here, I don't think the DirectX 12 is stable yet. I think that's why Unity still uses DirectX 11. I've actually heard something about that. The DirectX 11 is actually better performance. I'm so disappointed with this. What if I just put in a memory leak? What if we just put try catch around this and just memory leak this shit? Or what if this actually works? Okay, this is either going to freeze my editor and freeze my game, because this is never going to be true, or this is actually going to work. DirectX 11 async is impossibly slow, 200 milliseconds just to wait for memory allocation. Really? This is working at like full 60 FPS, so... Alright, let's see if this throws errors. Oh my god, it worked. Oh my god, it worked. Okay. There's still one thing though. Wait, actually, but does it work on other GPUs? That's my but actually, is it's like, but that just crashed my editor. Do I really want to use something that just crashed my, I should actually add a thing here. Debug.log is done. Huh, this is so weird. It's like freezing my Unity editor after running it. Oh my god, it's working. It's actually working. Alright, so the one thing that isn't working is that I'm trying to read half floats, and this is reading in floats. So how do I read half floats? Oh my god, I'm so happy. Okay, hold on. I can't believe that actually worked. So it's normally considered such bad practice to do a while loop in Unity like that within something like an on destroy call. That could definitely crash someone's game, to be honest. Like, I'm still so skeptical of putting this code into the game or system because it's so undocumented. Alright. Unity. Native array half float. I'm actually feeling like half float. How do you read half floats from, you know what, this might actually be one for the Shader Toy Discord. This might actually be a good question for the Shader Toy Discord. How do you set half floats in DirectX or OpenGL? Like, and the other question is it the same format between all GPUs? I'm actually going to ask on Shader Toy about that. Well, it should be because it's like DirectX. I'm so tempted to just go and read through. Oh, Fabrice is on here now. I don't think Fabrice was on here before. I should just call this a... I'm trying to say this in a way that is for general shaders, because even though this is like Unity, behind the scenes it's using like shader buffers and compute buffers. So it's like, it should be... It's simple. How do you do it then? In fact, someone wrote one already. Shadow the half data using short or use short. Make your own converter. Wow, is it really just use short? You can answer wherever. You can answer on Discord, or I'll look at either. I'm also thinking maybe I should just use HDR floats, because like I could totally do that. And I think that would actually be better if I'm trying to measure full brightness spectrum. That's the other thing, is that like I don't understand how the GPUs, they probably choose a specific range and limits. Internal representation. I'm just looking how to convert. Where does it return float? As I understand, you want to store something in 16 bits, read in other buffers as exact data. Best use float to UN. Yeah. So the GPUs have like a AR red green blue 16 16 16 format, right? Where they store the render the color precision as halves or 16 bit. I remember seeing something like this in C. They probably have a two float, two single, this. Wait, what? Did it override this? I actually hate C sharp. So this code in C would be so much simpler. It would be none of these overrides, and it would just be like single to half. It would just be like a few functions of conversion. So this just casts it to float. Okay, here we go. Here's our conversion. Half to single. Oh, is it in? It's in a different file. Of course. Simple functions like this. Yeah. Do you think it's like that? Do you think it's just encoding basically like a 16-bit integer kind of? Like a fixed point 16-bit integer? Oh no, it's more complicated than that. Generate exponent table? Oh god. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna try to read as so this uses unsafe code as well, which doesn't work in Unity. Oh no. Oh no. Value 10. You do shaders? Well, this is like reading data from a shader onto the CPU. Yeah, this is in C sharp. This is C sharp trying to encode float halves, or 16-bit floats. Yeah, or it could be in C. It could also be in C. I just generally need to know how this works, and I think the code can be a lot simpler than this. Like generating these mantissa tables and exponent tables, I swear to God, I've seen much nicer code for doing half floats than that. But maybe not. Maybe not. Same problem in Godot a few weeks ago, no documentation on it, find hours to find solution. I don't think there's much documentation on half floats, period. Okay, let's test the 16-bit integer solution. I'm going to try changing this from a float to just a U short. Now let's see what value that gives. My solution was simple: get texture data, work with it as network data. Yeah, I don't think that tells me though, like the half precision float format. Like I think it's following this IEEE 754 standard format where like the sign is here, the exponent is here, and the fraction is here. But then I think there's some other stuff about different precisions you can choose, about whether or not the precision goes to like 2048 or whether or not it goes to 65504. That's what I'm not sure about. I think the shader toy guys will know better than anyone. By the way, I'm guessing you watched Revision. Absolutely crazy. Yeah. I think this is bad data. This actually doesn't seem like it matches up with Mantissa or anything either. Like when it's outputting 0 here, I don't think it should be outputting 0. You almost want to say that this just isn't working. Yeah, it's just outputting 0 now. I think the async, you know what? The async GPU readback is just broken. It actually just doesn't work. I'm so disappointed. I'm actually so disappointed right now. God damn it, dude. Imagine calling GL read pixels in 2021 when the DirectX 11 and 12 async APIs exist. Trying to read pixels? No, I'm not trying to do it in real time. That's the thing, is like this is the exact thing where readback requests would be perfect. It's auto exposure, so if there's like 5-frame delay on when I get the data, it's fine. Like the auto exposure having a delay is actually like natural, how like cameras and things work. Like even here with the read pixels, I'm delaying it by like 10 frames to ensure the data's ready on the GPU. But it's like, oh my god. You would think that the async readback request would work. Want to use it in other shader? See, I don't want to use it in another shader. I actually need to apply it to Unity's post-processing volume, this color adjustment. I need to set it through this single CPU value here. And then it's like I also want to animate it on the CPU so people have way more control over it. And like reading this single value from a texture would actually be less efficient on the GPU. I think the only good way to do that would be to do like shader storage buffers or something. And that's not accessible on every platform, so it's like basically to change the whole brightness like this. Looks like broken way of doing post-processing. I mean, to do it in the shader outside post-processing would be to go into the actual lighting shader and change it so that every single like piece of lighting that's calculated multiplies by that value, which is just like, I don't know, that's a really bad way of doing it, just changing your whole code to multiply by this lighting instead of applying it as a post-processing effect that's optional. It's like, you know what I mean? If you build it into your shader permanently, you literally can't turn it off. It's like constantly going to make your code slower. Whereas if you make it as a post-processing effect that you apply afterwards, you can just toggle it on and off. Well, you know what? I guess I should make sure whether or not this actually works. I'll do this to float and set it to a full float format. I don't even see, this is the thing. Unity, I used to tell people that Unity was the best game engine. Like, especially if you're a programmer and you're looking for a game engine, like Unity is great. I told people that like 6 years ago when I used Unity 5. And I kept telling people that up until like a year ago. And then I started trying Unity 2019 and the newer versions of Unity, and have realized what a clusterfuck Unity has become. And I no longer recommend Unity to people. And when I do recommend Unity, I tell people they should go back and download an old Unity 5.3 or whatever build where it was actually a stable engine, and that these new 2019, 2020, and 2021 versions are all insanely unstable, and you'll run into tons of bugs. It's like, yeah. Okay. So the floating point seems to work. The floating point is actually... No, wait, never mind. It's giving bogus values. It's all 0 right now, and then now it's going up to 1. Whoa. What was that? Wait, what? That jumping up in the air wasn't happening with my physics before. What? Did I set it to like bounce or something? What? I'm actually thinking of going back to my own engine. God damn. Godot better for schooler students. Godot support 32-bit Linux. And that's so weird. It doesn't bounce up right there. Unity rushing AA game dev that only a few corporations need when most people don't care about ultra new features. Yeah. And like their old features aren't even polished and ready yet. This is so weird. It seems to give actual good values, and then other times it's giving bogus values. Like right here it's giving 0, but nowhere on the screen. I don't understand. And like here should be completely white, because it's looking at the ground. I am confused. So this is the thing, like at least when I'm doing my own engine, when stuff like this goes wrong, like I generally know what it is. Like I have a direction to go towards. When it's Unity like this shit is literally just broken and I can't fucking fix it because I'm not a Unity engine developer. And I'm basically fucked at this point. Like, I literally can't solve this issue now because it's on Unity engine devs. It's just such a horrible state to be in terms of like game dev and stuff. fixing for corporation software. I always feel like I'm free worker for them. Dude, reading that bug report where the person was explaining to the Unity devs how it should be, there's so many bug reports that are like that. Alright, I need to get a way to actually test this. Something that's like I guess I can just look at the ground and make the light brighter or darker. Okay, so 0.45. As I increase this light, the 0.45 should change. But it's still 0.45. So it's a completely bogus value. It's basically feeding me trash floating point values. I wonder, is this considered an exploit in terms of memory leak? So this is a native array. This is just reading some garbage memory or garbage from some other part of Unity's memory. What if people don't free their memory and you could like read passwords or session IDs from this? Like what if they're just exposing uncleared memory like this? Well, I spent 2.5 hours on this shit this morning just to figure out that the fucking Unity API is bugged and it doesn't work. I'm so disappointed. Man. NVIDIA GPU has memory leak and shaders and it's not fixed. I can link you my bug reports. I was able, my application read color outside GPU. Really? That's not surprising. There's been a whole, like, ever since GPUs have come out, they've kind of been the epitome of, like a bunch of random functions on GPUs used to rely off reading, like, trash memory. But a memory leak, yeah. I've seen I don't know how, it's interesting how you would define memory leak. I saw what I called a memory leak, but is actually just the draw call queue, in that if your GPU isn't rendering fast enough, you can actually send so many. Basically what happened is I had a really slow shader that took it was running at like 10 frames a second. But then on the CPU side, I was sending out like 1,000 frames of draw calls every second. And what I watched happen in Task Manager was basically just the memory of my program just go up. It was just like, oh, now it's at 50 megabytes. Now it's at 100 megabytes. Now it's at 200 megabytes. And the program would basically just so what I ended up figuring out is that when I enabled Intel HD graphics or ran that on integrated graphics, the memory would stay flat and instead it would lag. So what the Intel graphics does is it won't push out more draw calls until the previous draw calls are done. On one of my NVIDIA tests, it would basically just stack up draw calls, stack up draw calls, stack up draw calls. Oh, look, you have 500 megabytes of draw calls stacked up. That doesn't matter. We're going to stack up a gig of them. Just kept going. Should work on every NVIDIA GPU. Shader noise generated by bug from not initialized available. React to outside activity. Simple mouse moving panels. Menu. So this bug can be used to detect user activity outside window. Similar to my other bug. It's already fixed, but it acts one-to-one the same. Repeating bug in Vulkan samples where shader code does not have any dynamic uniforms, but image still changed by outside activity. See, this is really interesting because previously for the additional detail. Internal bug report. Nice, dude. So this is interesting though, because this previously I don't think would have been an issue. Like I think the only reason you can access this mouse movement and all these windows and stuff is now that Windows has moved all of their rendering to the GPU. Like, you know what I mean? Rendering didn't used to be all on the GPU. Like, you know what I mean? Like, Windows and Linux didn't used to render text boxes on the GPU. So you didn't used to have text box text in GPU memory. Like, it's actually a new thing in these previous years that you have, like, text box data there in the GPU. I can totally see how that's an issue, though. Is there a way to hide this? I'm gonna get banned one of these days, dude. Actually, this is gonna come up and it's gonna be one of those like YouTube thumbnails that just straight up gets me banned. One of these days. Yeah, on background is other window. It's actually stupid. That is yeah, I'm not surprised by it though, because that, as far as I'm aware, that's basically how GPUs have been designed since like the beginning. Is it's like the GPU is all about just rendering quickly and not giving a shit about security, or like the GPU logic is like if one of your calculations is incorrect 1 out of 1 trillion times, that's actually fine because it's just going to be one little pixel that's off. Like, you get that? Like, as far as I'm aware, that's literally how GPUs are designed. To have less integrity than CPUs, but way more parallel. That's yeah, that's concerning though. I don't think I trust modern computers with all these bugs and things. Imagine if you could, so you could potentially read that data from the web browser now with just WebGL. Like that bug could potentially work in WebGL. So you could read data from other windows in WebGL, a closed sandbox of JavaScript. The exploit possibilities for that are actually huge, I think. AMD does not have it. Well, good for AMD. Alright, let's try async request get data. Let's see if this works. It seems to still be giving the same bogus values. Yep, exact same values even when I'm changing the light brightness. God damn it. It literally doesn't work. I don't think there is anything more triggering to me as a programmer than having a whole like API there and the API just doesn't work. Like, it literally just doesn't serve its purpose. I watched AMD ray tracing feature review, so sad. Same cost as NVIDIA 3080. They have 4 to 5 times slower ray tracing. Wait, what? Really? I gotta be honest, I do not care about ray tracing in games. Ray tracing in like the demo scene and for demos and things and graphics and animation, so cool. I think RTX is going to help artists and 3D modelers way more than it's going to help games, personally. Alright, I'm going to... Hold on, I'll be right back, getting some water. I need to think about this too, like, this... you plan out how you're going to design a system. It's like, oh, I need to get this data back from the GPU. Of course I'll do an async read request. Well, I guess I have to do it a different way now. Minecraft RTX, work there on 1020 FPS when on 3080, just a few frames at 60 FPS. Most of the time is 120 FPS. That sounds, I mean, it's always possible NVIDIA's that good. I feel like that's a software issue more than AMD cards being worse. Like, what do you think? Do you think that worse FPS is because of the AMD drivers, or do you think it's literally just the AMD card is worse? When you ask single pixel color on CPU, Godot transfers whole FBO texture full size because OpenGL does not have other way to do it. I can tell you my life hack of transferring data from GPU to CPU in Godot. Is it only OpenGL and Godot, or do you have like DirectX? Because like that's the interesting thing here is read pixels technically isn't even read pixels here because it's going through DirectX. Like, I almost feel like this is less efficient than GL read pixels. Make another small frame buffer and Godot that size like 1 by 1 pixel or however many I need. Ah, yeah. Yeah, I thought about calculating mipmaps on the GPU and then transferring over the last mipmap, but mipmap generation isn't like completely accurate and is bugged on NVIDIA GPUs. Like the last mipmap doesn't actually give you an accurate blur. I don't know, it like skips steps. I don't really understand it, but I found that what's interesting is that changing the frame size of this, changing this render texture size that it reads the pixels from, changing that from 500 by 256 down to like 80 by 32, it only gained me like 10 FPS. Whereas like both of them took off 200 FPS just by waiting for read pixels. Like basically what I found is regardless of the size, just having read pixels is just such a slowdown. That's why it's so disappointing that Unity's async readback doesn't work. I guess I could try doing it a different way. I guess I could maybe do it without native arrays. Only in Vulkan or DirectX 12 you can do fast memory transfer. Really? Because in OpenGL there's pixel storage buffers that do exactly that. It gives you fast async FPO transfer. It does the exact same thing as this, where you can add fences and basically check if your memory transfer is done, so you don't need to be constantly waiting. OpenGL very slow. No, look at a pixel storage buffers. I've had like full, like 300 FPS from pixel storage buffers. Hello, that dude Loto. No idea what I'm looking at, but the way you're doing stuff with GPU readback reminds me of some of the CUDA stuff I've done. Yeah, this should be pretty similar. I think DirectX 12 and everything is trying to move towards being more like CUDA, like compute kernels and CUDA kernels.
I am impressed.
Yeah, I'm. So Unity has this new native array API, which is supposedly a more efficient way to access memory. So I spent the past 3 hours this morning trying to get my async GPU readback to use the native array, and then I ended up finding out that it's bugged and Unity doesn't even like support it, and it's not even documented. It's been a classic programming morning. And I've also figured out that this occasionally crashes the engine, so I have so many doubts. So many doubts. Okay. Please work. Please work, Unity. Say that when I got stuck on something, I just drop it and move on to next task, because it'll be just even more waste of time, so maybe drop and move on to next dev task. Nah, I think I'm getting closer to this. I'm at least learning. You haven't lived such programming until you have to read the source code for documentation. My condolences. Being there before some proprietary stuff, it's a pain. So that's the great thing about Unity. There's no source code either. So like I literally can't, like, if this doesn't work, there's literally no way I'm fixing this. Alright, this doesn't work. It doesn't work. So you can see here, even when I set it to black, the output intensity is 0.45, and when I ramp it up to 1,000, you can see the output intensity stays around 0.1. Actually, I just had one that output 400. That looks about correct, but yeah, you can see these test values that it's outputting aren't changing at all as I'm changing the brightness, when these should be pixel values from the screen that it's doing async readbacks on. I'm so disappointed. Like with this stuff, you're basically relying on Unity developers, and if Unity developers just fail and they don't do this stuff properly, you're screwed. Oh no. So I I think we're doing read pixels. I feel so bad. Like I feel like there has to be a way to do this. It can't, like Unity can't have made this async GPU readback API and just have it not work. Like that is mind blowing to me. Making an API and it doesn't even work. Interesting point of view on bugs. Some person who played Cyberpunk a few times per week after work, and because bugs, they lost items, like they saving something and it's lost, just usual bugs while playing. So a few weeks later, that person say this game driving me crazy. I don't want to play anymore. I get that. Oh, so apparently there's a memory leak in it too. This might explain why it crashes for me. Never released unused memory. So I think I just shouldn't use this API. It seems to be just completely bugged. That's so disappointing. Like, oh. I think same can be applied to any bug software, even dev engines. Oh yeah, this applies to all software, not just Unity and Game Engine. Might not be helpful. I know literally zero about Unity, but you may want to look into wait all requests. No, yeah, that's what it's doing here. It's checking if async requests done. So yeah, I just don't think. This is crazy to me though. Like this API has been around for a while. There has to be a way to use it. This problem makes you crazy and it's not good. See, this is the thing though, like, it's not just this problem for this auto exposure, it's that async GPU readback is for like, you need this for like so many optimized GPU computing things. Like, this is going to drive me so crazy if this doesn't work because it basically cuts off so many options in terms of GPU computing when there's no reason for Unity not to have this. Alright, let's try doing update. Last thing. Unity does not have an official example of async computing. No. No, yeah, it doesn't work. It's bugged. I'm not even surprised anymore. I'm just disappointed. It makes me really concerned. I've talked about this before as well, but when they have one API like this that just doesn't work, like they put out an API, you think it works, you think Unity has this feature, and it doesn't because it doesn't actually work. That's what really concerns me, is these things that might not actually work or exist in the engine, even though the documentation hints that they exist. Code but in Godot you can read source code. Yeah. That's, I guess, what it comes down to. Maybe this just doesn't work. Alright, let me try calling .update. Different spot. Interesting, it's giving different values half the time now. Wow, that's weird. You can actually see. So, one of the times it's giving 0.01, which is the actual value it should be, and then the other half the time it's giving 0.45, which is a garbage value. So maybe there's an issue with my code where this is marked as done even when it's not done. Yeah, I shouldn't use this API. I shouldn't be using this API. It's too broken. You know what? I should ask on Discord though. Oh, a person on Shader Toy did give me an answer though. Oh, Macro. Have to float. This is what I wanted. This is nice. Doesn't deal with nans, infinities, and denormals, but that's fine because you're just copying data from the GPU. Rip hours of time. Yeah. I'm I'm surprised though, like if this was actually broken, I would think I would find so many results on Google of this not working. But maybe not, because Google's pretty shit these days. See you around, that dude Loto. Loto. Work calls, so I have to run, but thanks for the entertainment. Thank you for the luck. I will definitely need it. I think that's all that matters at this point is luck. Oh, this would explain why it's crashing too if it's allocating 10 gigabytes of memory. Yeah, I should not use this API. Oh my god. This, like, yeah, just to go over again, the really concerning thing for me about this isn't even that this specific API, like, this isn't needed to make games. If async GPU readback doesn't work, that's going to cut off a whole bunch of options of GPU computing. But at the end of the day, it's not a game ender. Like, you can still develop games without this. My huge issue with this is if Unity is pushing out these APIs that don't even function, they literally break the engine, create memory leaks. What other APIs have these memory leaks besides the async GPU readback? That's what scares me, is that if this is bugged, how many other things in the engine are also bugged? Like, is someone going to be playing my game and it's just going to crash and it's going to be like, whoopsie, we don't know where that 10 gigs of memory came from? Drop placeholders and wait for someone to use it. If many people use it, then make actual functions. That's actually so good. All the function does is it calls our analytics API and tells you who and how many times they've called the function. That's actually something I could see a modern API doing. Oh man, I hate the way programming and software is going. Actually, I gotta stand up and stretch. Oh, I'm not joking. I am considering dropping all of this and going back to my engine. And like, that is so crazy to me too, because like Unity has so many features and things. Oh my god. Yeah, as you wish. Well, I was talking about, like, there's a bunch of apps and things I'm still gonna do for web apps and stuff. Like, I still need to update image synthesizer to use my new, like, the new patch match. There's so many JavaScript things I need to do, but like I said, I do want to make a game. Arguably, Unity's the best way to make a game. I found that developing 3D engine way too long. I don't know, I definitely think it takes a long time. For me, it's been building pieces and pieces together and together, and I'm kind of, I think, on the last stages where the rendering pretty much works. I just need skeletal animations and the physics. Like you saw before, I have a physics engine, but but it doesn't have full, like, rotation physics. It only has, like, I don't know how you would say it. It's like only axis aligned bounding boxes, no OOBs. There's the little things to fill in. But yeah, it is so hard. Skeletal animations may take many months. It's like, what do you want in the skeletal animation system too? For like me, it was like, okay, if I'm just copying skeletal animation and like skeleton root like hierarchy from asset importer, that's just pretty easy. Basically, create my own format that it stores in intermediary between it. Make MMD cloner port is best for skeletal animation. So then, though, it's like in engines, like if I wanted my engine to be like Unity, I might also want like an animation timeline where it's not just like an imported animation from asset importer. It's also like a, I don't know, like a full on keyframe animation editor where you can just add keyframes and just have like a whole scene type thing. It's, yeah, it can get really complicated. That's my other thing is it's like, yeah, Godot has all you talk about. That's the thing is Unity is supposed to as well. Godot license allows you to take it, relicensing, and close source if you want. What is the Godot license? Is it MIT or is it GPL? So when I used to stream all day, we would take like hour lunch sessions where I watch a video for like an hour. I think I'm gonna do that in a bit. I don't know if you have any video suggestions. I might look for a DEF CON talk to watch. Those are usually really good. Godot even has its own physics. I didn't know about that. It's That's interesting how they offer Bullet and their own physics. Godot license. Under the permissive MIT license. Nice. So that's weird. That's like the MIT license, but with like the zlib or like freeware license added on top of it. Interesting. My issue is some of these DEF CON talks might get me banned from Twitch.
All right. So since the beginning part is just kind of
This one's about a scam artist. You watch Revision? Oh yeah, I asked you before. You watched Revision? It was awesome. Yeah, I was thinking of rewatching part of the Revision seminars or something. Okay, so a bunch of these DEF CON talks have pictures of like naked people and people in underwear and shit. God damn it. So I'll have to not show it on stream, but we can listen to it, I think. Funny how you sniped me on that demo Discord. Was very surprised. Yeah, I mean everyone was going in there since the Twitch chat got banned. I feel like we were like me and a bunch of people coming from Twitch chat were kind of imposing on like a bunch of people there were like people with reputations and who are known in the demo scene community, and then there's just a bunch of random people like me from Twitch chat spamming gifs and shit. I don't know. Everyone seemed to have tons of fun though. Alright, hold on, I'll be right back. Didn't watch it full. I was waiting for Shadow Comper and Shader Compo and 4K shader apps. Did you end up seeing that? Clean Slate was crazy because it was like a combination of like I think Clean Slate was a 64 kilobyte one, I can't remember. FMS Cats, I think it was called Condition. I think it was an 8K one, I can't remember. It might have actually been 64K. I think it was in WebGL. That's what really surprised me. I didn't know WebGL was allowed. Did you think of submitting anything? I wish I knew about it, because I would have submitted something. I've said before that I would love to take part in a bunch of demo parties and demo scene stuff, but generally it's about like going in person and all that, and I can never afford to travel like that. can suggest one video. Maybe you saw it. It's John Carmack about VR in 2013. I probably haven't. Maybe I have, but if it's if it's safe for work, then I would love to watch it. Should I watch the whole thing? Or just from there? Oh my god, I think I've seen this. It's like the phones strapped to goggles. It's like the first demo of VR. No, I'll watch it. It's cool. I think it's cool to see how far VR has gone.
So is the trajectory?
Do you think I should start from the beginning?
A more and more elegant, almost to the point where
I feel like all the beginning section where John is talking is actually good.
the Google Glasses stage at some point where it's just.
But it was also one of those things where you had this huge crowd of people that were very enthusiastic, very sure about all the social change of VR, but they just didn't have hardcore technical people. And most of the people that could have done that went into games in a lot of ways. So I had kept a little bit of an eye on it, and some people had told me that there were better consumer level things available. And so I finally just went and bought myself something. You know, I found one of the cottage industry integrators that had a head tracker and a VR headset on there. And I got it, and it sucked. It was still just as bad as I had remembered it from all the different versions that I had tried. And so have you tried, like at any trade shows, tried head mount displays?
There's a thing in a dome at QuakeCon.
Yeah, that's the laser projector guy.
Yeah, but that wasn't on my head, right? That was just projecting against the wall. Right, yeah.
But so it's this is best when I get somebody that's tried these over the last 2 decades and see this, because very much what I've got here is what people always imagined it was like, and it wasn't.
Got it.
And so I took this, I got this head mount, and it's no good. But then I take it apart, both literally and
Found this in 2021, was very interesting to watch. No, yeah, this progress, like what he's talking about right here, of how like the head-mounted displays used to be so much worse, is really good. Like, we should be, for me, it's like we should be thankful of these clunky HMDs that we have today, like the Oculus and stuff.
figuratively. I find out why it's no good, what the whole chain of events is on there. And one of the interesting things about VR is it is this long chain. You've got sensors and communications and simulation and rendering, output and display and optics, and we've got the middle part of that in games in many ways, but it adds some extra pieces onto the other ends there. And like any chain, it's only as strong as the weakest link. If you do a bad job on any part of it, then it's not going to come out the experience you want. So I went through and analyzed all of this, found out like on the sensor side of things, they had software library you could link to that would give you an orientation on there, and it had 100 milliseconds of latency. It's just, you look over this way and the world catches up to you. So I thought, well, why is this that bad? I took raw sensors.
Feel like we have no progress. So that's funny. He mentions turning your head and then having 100 milliseconds of lag as the world catches up. That's what VR chat for VR players is like. Like, VR chat has never been optimized for VR. Custom maps are almost always designed. Like, custom maps in VR chat are designed for the PC players, not for the VR players. Like, the irony there. Hey, said who? Hey, new tech. I'm just like, I'm about to have lunch and I'm just watching some videos and chilling during that.
Data from it instead of their orientation result from it. And I took the integration code that I used at Armadillo Aerospace with our fiber optic gyros for our rockets, pull that over, integrate it, all of a sudden that's much better. Then I go one step further.
Wait. Did John Carmack just said from something aerospace we used the code that we use for our rockets? Wait. Did John Carmack work on airplanes? Is he way smarter than I thought? Armadillo Aerospace was an aerospace startup company based in Mesquite, Texas. Its initial goal was to build a crewed suborbital spacecraft capable of space tourism, and it also stated long-term ambitions of orbital spaceflight. The company was founded by John Carmack. What the hell, dude? They signed an exclusive with Space Adventures. Carmack announced that Armadillo Aerospace had been put in hibernation mode following setbacks and the crash. Armadillo started development of new, longer rocket design. Higher speed, which they named Stig in the homage to Top Gear. Third rocket place in the vehicle experienced a hard landing following a parachute failure to deploy. It's headed and largely funded by John Carmack. It's estimated to have spent $25 million. What? Reached a sponsorship deal. This is really interesting. I had no idea that Carmack started his own. In 2013, Carmack indicated that a crash of the Stig B rocket followed that year, wound down the company's operations. It stopped accepting R&D work. $1 million per year burn rate. Sold to Exos. Interesting. I never heard about this Armadillo Aerospace before. I'll watch that video next. Hold on. What did Armadillo Aerospace have to do with this? Okay, I don't know. Whatever. That's really interesting, though. What is that video you just linked? NVIDIA interviews customers that couldn't get the RTX 30 series. Alright, we'll watch that next.
Hillcrest Labs was the company that made. I took raw sensor data from it instead of their. I went through, I analyzed all of this, found out, like on the sensor side of things, they had software library you could link to that would give you an orientation on there, and it had 100 milliseconds of latency. It's just, you know, you look over this way and the world catches up to you. So I thought, well, why is this that bad? I took raw sensor data from it instead of their orientation result from it, and I took the integration code that I used at Armadillo Aerospace with our fiber optic gyros for our rockets, pull that over, integrate it, all of a sudden that's much better. Then I go one step further. I contact Hillcrest Labs was the company that made the little sensor there. I send them an email. It's one of those days where it's good to be me. They knew who I was, and they said, "Oh, this is cool." And they actually made a custom firmware for me that doubled the update rate, going from 125 to 250. This is one of those things. It didn't cost anything. It was just a little software development.
Imagine being John
I didn't know
Carmack.
anybody needed something like that. Right. So already I've gone and I've lopped like 85 milliseconds out of this whole loop on there by do the integration right, don't filter it, don't over filter it, get the higher update rate on there. I do the stuff that I know how to do well about making sure that you don't let the GPU driver buffer an extra frame, because left to themselves, the GPU will buffer a frame or two so they can maximize their benchmark scores on there, but you actually have to stick in fences and say, no, stop here, I mean it, then I'm going to read sensor data. And I can do some things like, one of the tricks I always wanted to try was, traditionally in gaming, you read a sensor, you do your simulation, then you do your rendering on there. In modern games on consoles and multiprocessors, you overlap those two. So you're rendering frame in while you're simulating frame in +1. But when you really, really care about latency, you can say, I fetched my new head tracker orientation, I'm passing it on to the game code, but I'm going to go ahead and forward this to the renderer, and even though I haven't updated the simulation of the world, I'll let it go ahead and change the projection matrices just at the very last moment to save another 16 milliseconds of latency on there. So I go and I pull all of this stuff out on there, and then I'm left with, all right, from motion to coming out of the computer, it's really, really efficient. But then it goes over a video cable into a display, and the whole industry has these horrible problems with display vendors introducing unnecessary latency on them. And like the Sony head mount display, which is an excellent value, it's like $800 on here. It's not a VR helmet, it's a 3D TV on your head. Okay. But the problem with that is that it's got consumerish firmware in there where you do resolution conversion. If you want it, there's 720p displays, but if you want to support 1080p, you have to resample there. It supports side-by-side top-bottom frame pack 3D. It supports HDMI content protection on there. And in an ideal world, all of this gets implemented as this tiny little queued buffer on there. But what happens in reality, unfortunately, is
in an ideal world, programmers actually document their code. Unity.
you have one team that goes and does conversion, one team that does resampling, one team that does copy protection, and there's a buffer between each of these. So you've got 50 milliseconds that goes by the time it comes out of the back of the computer to the time photons come off the display there. And I made this analogy that is that really drives it home, where you can send a packet from the United States to Europe in less time than it takes to get a pixel out of the back of your computer into your display. That's ridiculous. And the only reason it's like that...
That's a really good way of phrasing it. Yeah, Morame, you got the quote right. Sending pixel to GPU is slower than the ping from sending a message from EU to NA. That's like...
analogy that is that really drives it home, where you can send a packet from the United States to Europe in less time than it takes to get a pixel out of the back of your computer into your display. That's ridiculous. And the only reason it's like that is because router and switch people know that latency is important. They give a damn about it, and they've done a good job with it. Right. But display people aren't yet, and I'm evangelizing that a lot right now, where, you know, the last decade, it took me all that time evangelizing virtualization, virtual memory on GPUs. I can finally get off of that one because that's mostly here finally. Now it's display vendors fix your latency pipelines. So
this is it?
So
this is the product of all this.
So what happened on this is I've got like 5 different head mounts at my office back there. And I was pursuing lots of different axes of improvements. Low latency is one of them, wide field of view is another one, absolute positioning is another one. But I was building these things myself, and then I came across this guy, Palmer Luckey, he's got a huge personal collection of head-mount displays, and he's been building this in his workshop. He's going to be offering this as a kit for only $500 for the optics. Okay. He just sent it to me, the optics. I added my sensors and the strap and the software and stuff on here. What's interesting about this is...
Dude, he has duct tape on it. Can you guys see this? This shit is held together with duct tape.
And the software and
true developer shit right here.
What's interesting about this is traditionally, like if you look at
so
expensive head-mount displays that offer wide field of views, they've got huge optics trays, very complicated and heavy and expensive stuff on there that is sophisticated and cool, but it's never going to be really cheap on there. A simple set of optics like he's got in here, there's a pair of lenses that are fixed onto a 6-inch display. It's kind of like a mini tablet, maxi cell phone sort of display back there, split in half with the optics focusing on there. And if you just looked at a normal image on there, it comes out massively fisheye distorted, because that's just the trade-offs in optics. If you just do a simple thing, it bends it around your view. Yeah. But nowadays, we have all this GPU power coming out our ears, so I do a software pre-correction for all of that. I map what the distortion is on this, and then I invert the map on the software side, and then when you look at it here, it comes out just wrapping around the whole world for you.
Okay.
So beyond that, yeah, let me go ahead and start up this. So the great thing about this was my hobby project on this that I was tinkering around with. When we decided to reissue Doom 3, the thought was, how do you do something to make people interested in an 8-year-old title? You know, it was a great 8-year-old title, but it's old.
To the armor.
Yeah, so we did. Yes,
I know
we got
you did.
that on there.
That was good.
But the idea was, well, I've got all this stereoscopic stuff that I'm doing. Microsoft and Sony really they're pushing the 3D TV stuff, which I'm still not a huge backer of. I think I did as good of a job as possible with it, and it's kind of neat, but it's a toss-up about whether you'd want to play that, especially on a console where you have to trade some frame rate for it. On a high-end PC, you can blast it to high res on this.
Now, before I put it on, I'm going to tell you, I don't know if I want to play games with a thing on.
I'm going to be honest, this was 2012. I didn't think that 3D TVs existed in 2012. But, like... Yeah, wait. Did 3D TVs become a thing? Does anyone know anybody that has a 3D TV?
face.
All right, so it cuts you off from the rest of the world.
Yeah.
And of the people, only maybe 30 people have tried this so far.
Wait, said who? You have a 3D TV? What's it like? I actually don't know. Is it like the 3DS? I kind of thought it was like it didn't. I thought like the modern 3D TVs don't require glasses, but maybe you're right. Oh, hold on 1 second. 1 second. My cat's just sitting here, just yowling at me, and it has food, but maybe it wants stuff. 3D TVs are like holographic stuff. If you move around, it looks 3D, like holograms. It's kind of immersive. I watch Transformers with it. So you said 3D glasses. Like, do you have to wear the red and blue 3D glasses, or I'm guessing it's polarized? Hold on 1 second. I'll be right back. I'm gonna feed my cat. They're just camera that watch for your position, I think. It's red and blue, and I guess they encode the parallax with that. Yeah, okay. If it's the red and blue ones, I think there's new 3D TVs that you don't need. Some modern HoloLED display that rotate image to viewer position. Some of them track viewer position. No glasses needed. Yeah, Namor, that's what I'm thinking about. Like, I think the new 3D TVs I've seen are like you don't need glasses. But yeah, I think VR is actually what people are going for when they think of 3D TV. Watched Transformers with it. Was it good? I'm wondering what format do you like ship a 3D movie in? Do you have depth information? Because that's still like, I guess that's what Google Light Fields are for. Like, just storing a depth buffer and reprojecting that wouldn't give you full 3D. Or proper, at least. Hold on. You saw 3D image on Facebook, I believe. Wait, really? Maybe I did and I just forgot. I don't like it too much because it strains your eyes and brain. So if you're mentioning like red and blue, yeah. Like if it's the glasses 3D, I've multiple times chosen to go to a regular movie in the theater over 3D because like 3D literally gives me a worse experience. I know there's other people as well that are like that. Maybe you guys can hear my cat purring. No, never mind. It's not showing up. Like, all right, hold on. Alright, we're finally continuing the video. I'm sorry, my cat made me stall. Wait, was I just stalling and then I stalled when I was already stalling?
Since we started integrating gaming on it, there have been a few people that seem to have some focusing problems with it. It is low res. At this point, it's kind of one eye of this. So it's a 1280 by 800 display. Each eye gets 640 by 800 on there, and it's stretched over an enormous field of view, so you can see pixels in there. But that's one of these things that's going up automatically. We've got higher end displays coming no matter what. So we'll set you up in this. I'll hand you the headphones and then the game controller. Now, in the game-wise, you can adjust the aim up and down with this as well as with your head. So you can aim, you can draw a bead on something just like you would in a console game on there, but you can also fine-tune it with your head. So get this on. We can tighten the strap or loosen the strap for you. So here's the headphones.
Headphones. Going to another world. Oh,
All right. So now.
oh wow. Oh, okay. Oh.
Oh, I forgot to put you in God mode. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I forgot to put you in God mode. The ultimate insult.
I like that though. I like that.
Do you want me to restart it with?
No, I'm
play
good.
it longer. But yeah, you get the sense of the experience.
Okay, this is how you know it actually wasn't good right away. The guy puts it on for like 15 seconds and he's like, nope, that's enough. I'm good, thank you. I saw it. Morame, where did you see the 3D? Was it? You saw 3D photo? I don't see any 3D photo on that guy's, Oh my god, it's just auto-playing. The auto-plays. Oh, here we go. Here we go, I found it. I hate Facebook. Wait, oh my god, Facebook is actually so bad, holy shit. The UI here sucks. Look at this, I actually can't view it, it just closes it over and over again. Oh my god. Oh my god. April Fools, you can't view the web page because our programmers suck. So, this actually looks like photogrammetry almost. That almost looks like photogrammetry. Like, it's weird. It looks like it has, like, partial 3D right there. I don't like this. I almost feel like this is a really shitty neural network. Like, I'm gonna be honest. That's not good 3D. In my opinion.
So is the trajectory for this though that you think that there's a more and more elegant almost to the point where we're at the Google Glasses stage at some point where it's just sunglasses we put on?
I think in the long term, augmented reality has more commercial potential where there really is a possibility that 5 years from now, augmented reality glasses will be as ubiquitous, at least as Bluetooth headsets on there. That's some
5 years from now, that was 4 years ago. Yeah, Google Glasses already existed in 2012. So, according to him, if AR took off, it should have been ubiquitous in 2017, but it wasn't. I don't think AR is ever going to take off. It's kind of clunky, to be honest. Like, you don't really need it. It is great for a whole bunch of jobs and stuff. Like, for maps and things, AR is so good, but other things, it's not needed.
That has really broad appeal. My heart's still more with the immersive holodeck virtual reality stuff.
Which is more where you can go with this kind of thing.
You know, it's important to realize that the concept video that Google has for the Google Glasses is not what the current technical reality is. That's the vision of where they want to go. And it's a good vision, and we'll eventually get there, but this is actually a lot closer. You know, this is stuff that can be available soon.
Okay, so to wrap this up, if people want to have this experience, obviously if they want to have...
I remember a few people that I follow on Twitter were part of, like, the Google Glasses beta program. Or, like, some people got it as, like, a demo, and I never saw any of the people post about it after that initial, like, thing. So, yeah. And there are, other AR glasses. Like, I think, actually, for business, the most popular and used one is HoloLens. Like, I think a few people heard Microsoft got a big military contract for HoloLens. Like a huge contract for the US military, where presumably the US military is going to be implementing AR into a whole bunch of their stuff. I feel like for military stuff, AR is way too clunky and will actually be a setback, but who knows where it will go.
The Doom BFG Edition experience, they just need to get the game later this year, but what's the trajectory towards getting their hands on one of these $500 units?
I support 3D TVs, monitors. You can get the Sony head mount on here, and you could buy the sensors about $100, the hip tracker on there. But this is at 45 degrees. This is not nearly as immersive. You know, have you tried one of these on?
I've not.
But just as a quick
comparison point.
Yeah. So this isn't set up in tracking mode right now, but it has integrated headphones, which is kind of nice, but the optics are a lot more finicky. You have to get it in exactly the right spot. And that's the difference.
Like we're miles away from the game.
Yeah. But that's the difference between a 45-degree field of view and what you were seeing with a 90-degree.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's not the coolness that you get. It's a 3D TV you can wear on your head that has no ghosting. That's the primary thing.
I'll just put my face right up to my TV if I want that experience. No, this was cool.
It's very different. But so what we've got on this is, the hope is that so this is called the Oculus Rift, and Palmer Luckey's, he's going to be starting a Kickstarter to fund the first batch of 100 kits or so. And the hope is that they're going to come out around $500 for the kit. Add a sensor and a copy of Doom 3, and you're probably $600 on there. I may wind up actually subsidizing some of this first batch because I think it's so incredibly cool on this. But I'm hoping that we'll have some of these available at QuakeCon timeframe in August, because that's so the crowd that will get into this. All the people that make case mods and everything, that to have a chance to have an impact on how really cutting-edge VR stuff is going to go, because in many ways this is better than the really high-end units. And all we need is 100 people making different cuts on how you adjust the optics, how you mount it to your head, how you integrate speakers with it, all of this stuff that really are workshop tasks that people can do and can make a difference here.
I want to see like 10 people or whatever in a death match, all with these on, all in the same room, all walking around.
Where this is going to go in maybe a couple years is, instead of being tethered to a PC, you build it off of mobile phone hardware, you know, an iPhone 5 or whatever, with optics on there, integrated with all this, so no wires, use the cameras for absolute optical position reckoning, and then you could literally walk around. You could go ahead and set up your paintball arena and skin it in virtual reality however you want.
John Carmack, you're a smart man.
Thank you.
You're a smart man.
Porting Doom 3 to VR ending in 2020 or so I think Doom 3 the way you play in VR right now is through a mod if I remember correctly. Maybe I don't know.
We komen zo dadelijk bij jou terug. Valer, jij ging
What
naar
the
het
hell,
ziekenhuis
YouTube?
voor een eenvoudige... We komen zo dadelijk bij jou terug. Valer, jij ging naar het ziekenhuis voor een eenvoudige behandeling. Ja, wat was dat precies?
Wel,
Excuseer.
wel, ik had dus enorm veel last van keelontstekingen. En dat had blijkbaar te maken met mijn amandelen.
Met uw amandelen.
En mijn juiste woord wat Rijke hier hanteert.
Pardon.
Omdat dat was bij mij dus ook mijn eerste gewaarwording. Dat ik dacht, dat kan niet. Dat mag... Dat...
Excuseer, dames en heren. Dus, je probeert dan terug je toekomst...
Ik begrijp echt niet wat er hier aan het gebeuren is.
Excuseer. Valer, sorry, echt sorry. Excuseer, dames en heren. Dat betekent ook dat je bijvoorbeeld... seksualiteit ook een groot probleem bijvoorbeeld wordt.
Ja, mijn vriend heeft...
Yeah, dude, I'm questioning about. Yeah, it's not French either. Hold on a second. Yeah, I don't know if I'm playing something really bad though. Yeah, I'm not gonna play this. Sorry. Yes, it was Dutch. Oh wait, wrong chair. That's what you're supposed to do, right? Watch a meme video up until the punchline and just exit out of the video right before the punchline. All right, I think I'm actually gonna go back to programming now because I'm done eating. But I'm always up. If you send me videos, I'll put it in a list. I don't watch many meme videos though, so if you send meme videos, they have to be really good. That Nvidia meme was a bit too it's a bit stale now. Also, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if people are paying attention to like the semiconductor shortage and shit, but like it might be a lot bigger than just the lack of GPUs, like a lot bigger. And it's kind of depressing if yeah. I don't know. So when I see a meme of laughing how there's not a lot of GPUs, my brain just goes and thinks, man, it's not funny how there's a semiconductor shortage that's going to lead to a whole bunch of reduction in like infrastructure, like reduction in like being able to treat people through medicine and all these things that require on manufacturing new devices and things like pacemakers and stuff. Like it's actually so bad. Ooh. Cubic Hermite anti-aliasing. So what is the green is obviously the cubic hermite. What is the white? It's this, but that's wait, no. The white is the original like alpha value of the text or whatever it is. And yeah, the red roads are pixels. And so the white down here is the cubic hermite. The white right here is nearest neighbor sampling. I think. Well, it looks better in terms of aliasing. Oh my god, this is the graph. Oh my god. Took me way too long to... I try and skip through the sections of code, and then I finally went back to the beginning, and I'm like, okay, if it doesn't render, it goes here. Alright. My type of shaders. Meme vids will send you when you have time to watch. I mean, you can just send me them on Discord. They'll just... Discord saves messages. Is this based off anything, or is this just some random pattern just to test? If it works, it will be way less samples than MSA. Why didn't distance fields work? Distance fields should give you anti-aliasing. Distance field smoothing doesn't work for small fonts. Are you sure your distance field isn't like... Too low frequency. Yeah, I mean, like, if it gets smaller than what can fit inside an area, then yeah. But, like, I don't see why that doesn't work. Yeah, that's true. It's not the subpixel. Subpixel is MSAA. If you're doing subpixel, you're calculating pixels smaller than like the screen. But like I don't, at least for me, I don't think that's efficient. I think the ideal thing to do is do distance field, where you can just do a single sample and it approximates what all of the subpixels added up would be. But as long as your distance fields... I'm actually thinking about this, like, if you just make a distance field, like, the smaller your font gets, like, assuming you're generating a distance... Oh man, I gotta get water. My voice is going. Like, if you generate the distance field specifically for the small font, it should work. As far as I'm aware, like, you should still have full detail. If it's small, you have to do something like this, no way around it. Small texture, large quad. I'm thinking about what he said in the low frequency, and that, like, it's sampling very few number of pixels. And I'm like, if it's sampling very few number of pixels, it's just like, that's a fact. It's not going to be showing a lot of the texture data. Like, as far as I'm aware, though, like, if you have a really small font displayed with a distance field, it'll show up as, like, a blur. And if you have a very small font displayed with a subpixel or just, like, actual super sampling, it'll display as a blur. So, like, I don't know, that seems ideal to me. if it's the other way around, bitmap should solve it. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you generate the distance field for the small font, it should also work fine. We're doing 8 times MSAA, and it looks way better, so that's why I wanted to do this. If I do this method with 2 times subdivision, will probably look good, but we'll have to test. The other thing is you're talking to a guy who literally has smooth font rendering turned off on his browser, so... Man, I actually have people that get upset at me for this. Like, I don't know if it shows up here. No, it doesn't. The fact that, like, this font and stuff isn't smooth actually upsets some people. And I just turn it off because I like it more. It's the way it is, man. It's the way it is. But yeah, I don't know. Actual MSAA should be pretty cheap. It shouldn't be like super sampling. If you're drawing contours or like doing rasterization, see, that's the thing. You're doing rendering on the GPU, which actually makes things harder. I'm thinking about it from a CPU perspective, like TrueType and that does, where it does contour rendering, where you actually do a scan line, where you do point and polygon basically algorithm, where you go across, you hit the text line and you go, okay, we're inside the polygon. And then if you hit another line, you go, okay, we're outside the polygon. And it basically does point and polygon across a scan line. MSAA in that doesn't include, like, doing super sampling. You don't need to calculate all of those pixels 4 times more. It just takes the edges where it hits the edge of the line and then does it. Constant modern GPUs have hardware AA like NVIDIA DLSS. DLSS now is just temporal anti-aliasing though. So I don't know if that is like ideal. I think I have anti-aliased fonts in here. Wait, you used aliased font in VS Code, Den MSC? You're one of me. You're like me. That doesn't work with SDF fonts. It's only for polygon edges. Otherwise, you have to like OpenGL setup with MSAA buffer, do it over whole frame buffer. Yeah, that is true. That's what I'm saying. When you do it on the GPU, you can't, like, unless you literally convert your text to polygons, but then you obviously have other issues. All right, hold on. I need to go get water. trying to do fast and dynamic GPU method for arbitrary SDFs. I mean, one thing with SDFs is the distance changes in a linear fashion, so you could probably take advantage of that, well, in most cases, not like just a random image where pixel values can change unpredictably. Yep. Yeah, I don't know. That stuff it's definitely tricky. And for me, it sounds like you want your text to look a specific way and have it function a specific way, so I think you do want your own method. Alright, so after spending like 3 hours this morning trying to get Unity's async GPU readback working, all it fed me was garbage data that didn't work. So now I'm just going with the unoptimized part of read pixels. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make an auto exposure effect where it measures the average brightness of where you're looking in the game, and so it lowers or raises exposure. So I actually should get this video of what I'm going for, because this is actually a pretty iconic thing for a lot of people. I think people who played Fallout 3 remember this, where when you exit the vault, it's super bright. This is kind of effect of auto exposure. Yeah, the thing where it blinds you when you go outside, exactly this. So this is a script as far as I'm aware. In Fallout, this isn't an actual auto exposure like shader or anything. They just scripted the brightness to start really high and fade out when you exit it. I want an actual dynamic auto exposure where, like, if people have used cameras in real life, like phones these days do auto exposure, where like you point it at a bright thing and everything else will get dark. Your eyes do auto exposure. When you look at a fire, it makes everything else in like the night sky darker. It's such, like, I gotta say, it drives me crazy how many people I say that ACES tone mapping is all you need for HDR. Dude, no, auto exposure. Oh my god, Jesus Christ, talking without water destroys your throat. I'm filling up the water jug right now, so I didn't even get water. Alright, so there's this get pixels function for Unity, but it's not very performant because it allocates a new array. So what people have been looking for is a function that doesn't do allocations. Oh, this native array is what it, yeah, so apparently they offer this new native array. Yeah, and this doesn't do conversions. Okay. Because this is float, I'm going to need it to do conversions for me, and I don't think I have... Oh, maybe it's called get raw texture data. Okay, get raw texture data. So maybe this does work. So I'm going to try the unoptimized approach, where we're just going to get all of the pixels in an array, and this is going to allocate a whole new array of pixel data every time I run this, so like 5 times at least a frame. Absolutely brutal performance, but at least it'll be good to start. I need to check the performance when I have this second method figured out. That's, yeah. Don't worry about performance at the beginning. The auto exposure in COD Warzone, I think, really annoyed me. What is the auto exposure in COD Warzone like? Technically, it should. So there's really bad ways to do it and really good ways to do it. The bad way that I think a lot of games do it these days is through post-processing volumes. So what will happen is like the game developers actually have to go through and place these boxes in rooms and things saying how bright things should be. But then what ends up happening is either developers forget to put the right brightness in rooms, or it's hard to just get the right brightness, and like you'll be standing in a room and there's times when it like won't match up. Like maybe you'll be looking straight into the sun or something out of a window, and the game will register you as standing in the room and go, oh, it's kind of dark in the room, so it ups your brightness to do the auto exposure. But then you're actually looking out the window and it makes everything way too bright. So like that's why I think this dynamic auto exposure method is key, because it's actually like a real camera where whatever you're looking at, it just basically normalizes the lighting. That was it when looking outside was just pure white. That sounds like the volume post-processing. So that's how it is in Unity right now, is there's no way to do auto exposure, at least in the universal render pipeline I'm using. You would have to add in these volumes with color adjustments or exposure or some processing to change the brightness. So that's why I'm trying to do a script that does it automatically. It is more efficient with volumes, that's the thing. This hits your frame rate, but I think it's worth it. I want the same quality as subpixel AA as free type, but in real time I have to look at dual source blending, but still can't far. I mean, isn't free type real time? Alright, so basics of this is I'm literally just going to average the color of pixels. I don't know if I think I'm going to do it based off colors initially, but then I'll do just exposure, I think. I forgot how to do C#. Kind of real time depends the size you're rendering. True. Render video on Google servers with 16 times MSAA and play it for user. Is that why YouTube loads so quickly these days? So I'm curious if this has gamma correct applied, because the way Unity generally does it is there's like, this is in gamma space and not linear. I'm actually going to need to test if this is giving me what I see on the screen or not. I'm actually curious. I'm thinking I should actually set up a test for this. So I'm just going to output this to the console. I actually saw the Kappa guy doing programming. Wait, really? He's isn't he one of those Japan streamers that does like a bunch of in real life live streaming in Japan? I saw a clip of him in a in real life Japan stream. He was making a roguelike in Z or something. Are you serious? I actually want to look this up. Kappa programming. Okay, apparently Kappa is a programming language. Well, that's pretty interesting. I like if anyone mainstream does programming. That's really good. So I need to set up a I don't know how to say it. Some sort of a test. Probably just like a white cube, actually, like this. Something where I can basically just take like a I don't know, make it completely white or some color, measure the color of it. Wait, maybe I'll just... Which one is this? Plain diffuse? I'll just use this one. Okay. So we're gonna want to measure... I'm gonna need share X for this. Alright, 117, 117. So then... 0.458. Maybe it was a troll account. Oh my god, I think you're right. It's hard to tell because he deletes all of his videos. It might just be a troll account or someone that's trying to get viewers. It's hard to tell. Like a dungeon crawler or something. Dude, he could be. And I mean, with COVID, I don't expect real life streamers to be doing much real life streams. Goes Twitch from his Twitter. Okay, well, then it's legit, I guess. Oh my god, it works. We're getting 0.459 in the console. And that 0.459 is very close to the 0.458 that I just calculated with the screen X or share X. So wait, we're gonna try this again. We're gonna go up to like 1.9. I'm gonna change it to a different value. 2222. 0.87. So now we're going to check if our exposure measurement matches up. .87. So not exactly, but pretty close. 0.873 instead of 0.87. Either way, that seems right. So this should give us everything we need for our auto exposure. Okay. It's hilarious. I hope science and technology keeps growing. It seems like science and technology is actually slowly growing. Alright, so then I'm gonna want an option. Okay, so this is one of the difficult things. There's two ways to do the exposure like this. There's actual exposure, which cameras do, which is basically just brightness. So this is just like all the red, green, and blue stay equal. But there's also channel based, where I actually just make reds way brighter. Like if there's only really bright red colors, then it only corrects and auto exposes red. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to add an option where you can lerp between the two. So I don't know what to call it. Target brightness. The target color. The target. I don't know how to explain this. Maybe just color. Isn't exposure like gamma correction? No. Exposure is like the total amount. For cameras, exposure is like the amount of light exposed to a frame, which comes from the traditional thing of how long you expose the frame to light. Science and technology may grow to daily reviews of stuff like there's just not shader. There's lots of content on demo-ish content with no views. Yeah, so like I know people were saying fuck Twitch during the revision party, but I really think the revision party had more to gain off being off Twitch. Like I think they would have had more viewers if they were on Twitch. That might just be me, but like I think they would have had more exposure. Alright, I'm just going to do exposure, no coloring to begin. Yeah, Twitch does hate science and technology. If they prop any of the science and technology streamers up too much, we'll eventually just form our own platform. So I need to remember how to do this. Oh yeah, I do the color adjust dot override. Oh wait, dot color filter, I think. Maybe intensity. I can't remember which one it is. There's millions of people watching this site, like 200 people in science and technology. Yeah. Revision party has rules to not allow people from banned regions like me in because if they allow their content will be blocked not just on Twitch but on YouTube and every other US controlled website. Wait, are you kidding me? Wait, do US sanctions actually stop? Wait, are US sanctions actually stopping? Can you buy Russian products from the US? Like, that's because of US sanctions, right? Alright, I gotta go get more water. Hold on. US does not have sanctions against Russians. They do against some region in Russian, where I'm in. Cannot. My region does not even banks and any credit cards. There's no way to transfer money here. Only Bitcoin. What the fuck, dude? I'm really sorry. That is crazy. I knew there's sanctions on like PayPal and stuff where, as far as I'm aware, like you can't send money to Russia via PayPal. That sucks. Site where Revision put their stuff, do monetize stuff so they cannot use content from people from regions like mine. Wait. Wait, Namori. So are you saying even when they were streaming on the Chaos Computer Club, they wouldn't post Russian stuff? What if you sent me a shader and I submitted it under Canada? Like, it's just so, like, mind-boggling. Our main dev was stream programming and science and technology, and some porn star was watching. I mean, what else are porn stars going to do when they have all their time off? You think porn stars go and watch other Chatterbait streams on their days off? Theory she googled part of the game's name, Cocaine Diesel. It's a good name, though. Very well could be. In theory, you cannot even talk to me on Twitch. Do you think Russia cutting off their internet to the other parts of the internet is a possibility? Me or Namori? I'm Canadian. It's not about Russia, it's US. Yeah, that's what I thought, is US sanctions on Russia. Those sanctions were there even before Trump. That was, I believe, response to the Ukraine stuff years ago. Alright, so this should give me the color filter I'm looking for, where it'll divide by the average color here to hopefully average out to be 1. I need to multiply this by, wait, no, this is going to do it on a per color basis. So wait, now I need to measure the average brightness. Yeah, it was easier when I just did it this way. I think we're Chinese phone manufacturers, can't use Google Play. Is pretty ridiculous too. I didn't know that. That, I don't know. There was already a whole bunch of other apps. See, that's... What about the Apple Store? So, Google, for Google and Android, that doesn't sound too crazy because Android has a whole bunch of alternative app stores and people can just download APK files. But on iPhone, you literally can't download apps outside of the App Store. Like, if that applied to Apple, that would completely screw iPhones. I don't really pay attention to that. a bunch of that stuff though in China. How should I do the sum? Should I just do a red plus green like this, or should I do the actual proper color calculation where I do square root? I feel like this is harder. Actually, the proper way to do this would be to do it based off how much red, green, and blue contribute. Forgot the luminance formula. Yeah, it would be like the luminance formula from yellow chroma, red chroma, green format, but we'll just do this for now. I'm really happy with this though. I was kind of worried that Unity's read pixels wouldn't be able to convert the half format correctly because a lot of, I don't know, a bunch of issues with that. But it does, so that's very nice. Alright, hopefully this will work now. This only samples a small res version, right? Yep. I actually forgot what I have the options set to. Oh, it's reading every single frame. That's okay. Alright, does it work? Oh god! It kind of works. It actually kind of works. It works except for the flickering. Why is it flickering? Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna try setting this once. So I'm never gonna reset the frame delay. So it's only gonna set the brightness once. Let me see if something messed up or something. So it's got the color filter here. It's got the color applied. Oh, I might not be applying HDR. I think I know what's happening. I'm applying an HDR color here. Wait, maybe not. Maybe I need to set HDR. So let's override. Reading frame after applying exposure before. It's happening like 5 frames after. It's not happening instantly. I think it's something about this color adjust not applying. Yeah, I am doing it after. I'm doing it after. That's just because it doesn't need to be real time, and I don't want to potentially have like the actual rendering wait for it. Weird. So yeah, you can see happening every 4 frames. So it seems to be set properly. All right. Let's see if it's the color filter. I'll try outputting this scale. Multiplied by itself, and this is where flickering come from, or I'm missing something. So this, you know what? That's actually a really good point. It's supposed to have, so this is only supposed to be applied to the camera that has post-processing. It should only be applied if the camera has post-processing on, and the new camera that I create shouldn't have post-processing on, but it actually might. That's actually a good point. Nope, it's not. So here you can see it's actually just feeding in incorrect values for whatever reason. It's averaging out to be different values. No, I'm using a single frame buffer as well. Ah, this is not looking good. So sometimes it's averaging out as 0.32, and other times it's averaging out to 1.4. Yeah, that does look exactly like square root 2. First 3 decimal points are right. Yeah, that's so weird. So it's not the color override. It's something about this get pixels and read pixels. Okay, we'll make it slower, but let's try apply. This might be necessary. Oh my god. It's consistent now. Wait, no. It's going between 0.5 and 1. What is this? What is this? Sometimes it's outputting 1 and sometimes it's outputting 0.5. So this get pixels is giving me... Okay, either this camera is copying incorrect values and the camera's not being updated, or something. Yep, so there's no post-processing on this. Unity actually should be showing in the corner here what the camera looks like. I select this, I guess maybe not. Huh. This might be broken with half float. I said that half floats might not work, but oh man, if this doesn't work, I'm gonna be so disappointed. Hey, he said who? I guess I'll try doing HDR. If you want to read the actual pixels, make sure you set non-power of 2 to none. Oh my god, if it's actually because my texture isn't a power of 2. How to in DirectX 11? No, that's an option for texture importing. That person was wrong. It doesn't actually apply to this, but this should still work, I believe. HDR probably not easy because you have to get the whole screen like brightness. Yeah. I'm just gonna try using float instead of half as well to see if it might just be a get pixels bug with the half format. No, it's still outputting these weird values. And it's copying the values from this camera. It's just outputting 5,000 all of a sudden. So maybe get pixels is just broken in the current version of Unity. No, there can't be this many bugs. I wonder if I just tried like get raw texture data or something. Wow, I think get pixels might not work. Let's do some Google searching. Alright, so apparently that guy does say you need to do apply. But I thought that only updated maps and you don't need... Okay, let's... Let's try. No, still flipping between them. What if we lower our frame delay to like 10? It's weird, it just switches values. It's almost like it's actually just reading garbage data. Like the way it just randomly switches values. But at the same time, it is like somewhat based off what I'm seeing. This does not make sense. Why it's oscillating when you're not even moving? That's exactly what's broken right now. It doesn't make sense. If the get pixels is working properly here and actually getting the pixels from the render texture, then it should be the same as what the camera sees. Do both values scale when you up in brightness? I'm not actually scaling the brightness at all right now. I'm just trying to measure the values. So that's super weird. Here you can see it's actually oscillating between 0 and 1.6. 1.6, which I assume is the actual accurate brightness measurement. Why the brighter it is, the lower values. Oh, before I was doing dividing here. I was dividing the values. Dividing by the sum of the values. .16. Do you think it's just, why is it, that's the other thing, like Den MSC pointed out before, it outputted 1.414, the number from square root 2. Why, where are these mathematical constants coming from? It actually doesn't make sense. So let's look before it changed. 0.154. What magical constant is this? So those might be actual values. I'm not joking right now. I'm thinking of rage quitting Unity. I actually think this is random memory that just happens to be mathematical constants. What is going on? Alright, so here's going to be the magical test. Alpha, red, green, blue, 32. We're going to do no HDR. No HDR. We're going to read. This should cap out at 1. This should cap out at 1. If this works, it's going to be interesting. If it doesn't work, oh my god, it's working. Wait, no. No, never mind. It's switching between. It's just straight up not working. Have you tried restarting Unity? That actually might be a good idea. Width times height, number of pixels. Let's check the size of this compared to number of pixels. Is the array it's giving me the same size? I might need to go onto the Unity Discord or and ask some questions. Alright, the pixels are the correct value. For some reason it's just randomly returning. This is crazy because this is very similar to what I was seeing with the GPU readback. Like, I actually think this might be some sort of kind of GPU bug or something. Oh my god, this is mind-boggling. Is it running at the right time? That's a good question. I'll try putting it at begin frame rendering instead of end frame rendering. Unity only gives you like 2 choices for this in the universal render pipeline. It's very likely it could just be bugged. Is it working now? No, it's going down to 0.1 randomly. Yeah, it just randomly goes down to 0.1. I'm actually okay. Here's gonna be the thing. I'm gonna switch over to OpenGL. No, it's not working. I'm gonna switch over to OpenGL and I bet it's gonna start working. I bet it's like a DirectX bug or some shit. I was thinking, what else could I debug about this? Like, it's pretty simple API. Are you averaging the brightness? Yeah, I am. I am averaging the brightness. Maybe it's that 1 divided by number of pixels. I don't think so. That'll be constant. And I already added this, this is returning true each time. So it is returning the right number of pixels. I think Unity just crashed. Yeah, it just crashed. I'm not joking. I think I'm going to abandon Unity. Like, how can an AAA engine be this bad? How can it be this bad? Like, there's no way that tons of companies and developers deal with this shit. Nope, the bug's still here. This time it's randomly changing by tiny values. Wait, it's working. It's a DirectX bug. This means that there's no chance in me fixing it. I'm so disappointed. So if it's a DirectX bug, this basically means like it is an issue with either Unity's DirectX programming or DirectX. It's the automatic API used by Unity. There's no way I push out a game by Unity that uses OpenGL Core. Like, that's just stupid. I'm like... Alright, I'm gonna go post this on the Unity Discord. But I mean, what will that even do? To me, it seems like it's cleared the back buffer before you read it. Yeah, like exactly. Like it's obviously doing something to my render texture. I'm thinking there has to be some hack or something. That's weird. It didn't give me the option to restart the editor. What? I can't remove it without restarting the editor, but then doing this doesn't restart the editor. It's so bad. Post it. Maybe they could find another way for you to do that. Like, I'm gonna post my code there, and I'm gonna be like, can you guys find anything wrong with this? It's returning different values every frame. I'm just thinking what I'm gonna like. And before they tell you to install the latest NVIDIA drivers, say that happens if you don't move around. Just watch how Ethan torture yourself every stream look like content. Like you get some constants like phi. Yeah. I'm just thinking like I might actually just go back over to my own engine. Like I want to use Unity so bad. There's so many things in this. But it's like at the same time it's so bad. Like it has so many features, but at the same time it's so bad. Oh my god. Was that terrain? That is completely overly exposed tiling. Unity's editor didn't bring up my projects menu properly, so I can't even change that. Like the state of Unity is so disappointingly bad. You can see it's I don't know, like a kind of asphalt almost. Just rewrite the Unity renderer. Yep. Just rewrite the Unity render for free. Alright. If this was being freed, well, it is, or if it is being cleared, what do I do to stop? When I see Unity, I just think of all those bad Steam games. Yeah, there are some really good games with Unity. A bunch of the good games with Unity don't have the Unity logo right on the front of it either. I almost feel like I need to wait. What if I put this? This is really bad, but doing this and then waiting before doing get pixels might actually fix this. See, there's some bad ones. Just a lot of bad ones because it's free. I mean, it's not the engine fault, just terrible devs. It's a free version of Unity. Yeah, I mean, the free version, for a long time, it's had pretty much all the features. Oh, I think it works. No, it's sometimes outputting 0. That's so weird. It's sometimes outputting garbage values. Yeah, it's just a DirectX bug. Oh my god. No. No. Maybe you need to wait for there's a time or something for the GPU to give you the data. Okay, let's try this actually. So I have a frame delay. I did try it with a 10 frame delay before, but this time I'm applying the texture at the beginning of that. Let's see. Nope, nope. You could see it just switched to 0 there. It's actually worse now. It's actually worse. Are you kidding me? It's actually worse. It's actually worse. Well, frame delay -1. No, that was what I had before. Anything 1 is the lowest it can be. 1 is executing immediately, which is what I had before. So, okay. The one thing I haven't tried is not doing render texture.active and assuming it'll be active after render signal camera. I think render signal single camera is actually doing clear calls for whatever reason. It clears the render texture. I don't understand it. Nope, it's still throwing those zeros in there and 0.02. Way too many parameters to debug, especially in a big engine like Unity. Yeah. It's so disappointing. Yeah, fairly certain it's just a DirectX bug. Hold on a second. Yeah, the read texture preview is fine. Oh wait, a lot of it is black randomly? I actually didn't... I haven't looked at it for a while. Oh my god, you're right. You're right. It's just like flickering black. I hate how I can't watch this screen. All right, I'm gonna make a GIF of that. Okay, how do I capture this? How do I capture this? Like I want to take a picture of this bigger texture here, but this doesn't update in real time, so I can't. Dude. I'm gonna need to build a little demo just for showing Unity's own bug. Oh my god. Why can't you make it bigger? Because Unity sucks. Yeah, Unity's just terrible. It's like little things like this that become absolutely aggravating. So what I can do, yeah, is what I'm gonna do is create. You definitely say your GPU is bugging. You have to prove that it's not your GPU bug. I hate bug reporting, proving that my code is correct and not hardware bug. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just thinking, if I put this on screen... Okay, here we go. Do you have a cat? Yeah. Yeah, my cat is purring right there. I'm glad you guys can finally hear her. Alright, image. Oh my god, I'm fucking triggered right now. I forgot. You can't set textures to GUIs in Unity. It has to be a sprite. Alright, yep. I'm just gonna create a material specifically for displaying this texture. Yep, sprite. Alright. Oh my god, I'm dumb. I'm dumb. I have to apply this by a script. I'm not even going to be able to copy this, I think. No. Oh wait, maybe it'll show up right here. This appears to be showing all the built-in textures and things, so maybe... Nope, never mind. Oh, look, they have a bunch of blue noise textures. Alright. It's so hard just to display a texture. You know what I can just do? Graphics.blit. Took me way too long to think of that. I should just be able to blit the texture to the screen. Oh, wait. Yeah, actually, maybe that'll work. No, it's not rendering. Oh, yeah, it's supposed to be end frame rendering. You know what I think I need to call? Oh my god, I think I have an idea. I need to do render single camera at begin frame rendering, and then at end frame rendering is when I need to read it. Wait, it's not flickering black. Dude, what is this? It's flickering black on here, and it's not flickering black when it's being displayed. What? No! No, the bug goes deeper. Look at this. It's flickering here in the little display window. And when I actually display it, it's fine. Oh my god. That's so messed up. Reading the buffer while still rendering, I don't know, because it shouldn't be doing that. Like, it shouldn't even let the engine do that. Like, and that's the other thing is I'm waiting like 10 when I'm waiting up to 10 frames to read it, 10 frames past, it should be completely done rendering. So let me try something. I'll try displaying it on the cube as well. Yeah, Unity not like this. This is just sowing so much doubt for me in terms of Unity. Just write Vulkan by hand. It would be easier than this, wouldn't it? Nope, it's flashing on here. There we go. There's the bug. There's the bug. All right. So I probably don't want to record this as a GIF. Maybe I do. Screen recording would be better. See, this would actually be nice recursion if it didn't completely bug out. Yeah, just use OBS maybe. Yeah, I could just... Yeah, so what I think I'll do is I'll just capture a clip of this. Yeah, you know what? Okay. Here, I'm just gonna... I don't know, actually, I don't want to, like, put my voice in this or anything. I'm gonna try to get it so that that is close to that. Seems the same region, yeah. Main thing I'm deciding on right now is, so on Twitter, video compression on Twitter is fucking horrible. Like, that's why so many people do GIFs on Twitter, is while they take up way more space, they still are encoded way better on Twitter. I'm just so disappointed because this basically just stops all my development right now. I'm kind of happy though that I can at least post a GIF of this though. Disappointing. Yeah, rip motivation. Rip motivation. Wait. Is this GIF at like... I didn't even look at this GIF. Why did it open with photos? Hell no, I want to view my GIFs with Firefox. It's weird, it looks so much more laggy on Discord. Huh. Maybe they will help. I hope so. Doesn't sound like happy typing. I had my post before talking about how it was a bug, so I just posted a GIF that was like, here it is visualized. The cube is reading the texture with get pixels and then set pixels on another text. The text is displayed on the cube. You can see get pixels randomly returns black / incorrect values. It's also visible on read texture in the inspector. Pretty much just pointing out what the bug is. This is actually going to stop me from using Unity though. That's the thing that's just so disappointing to me about this. I was like, what? Oh, God, do I really want to go and quit Unity? It's such a predicament too. Like, auto exposure isn't something that I need, but it's what has happened to me this morning that it represents. I've tried to do multiple things, these things multiple ways. Get pixels, read pixels, async readback. I run into all these issues with the Unity API that I know just works when I just do OpenGL. It's just really highlights to me how many issues I'm going to potentially run into with Unity. Like, issues that you can't fix because it's just on, like, inside the Unity engine. I wonder what the Unity dev team's Trello looks like. I think a Trello for them would be way too bloated. They wouldn't be able to fit it all in Trello. Well, yeah, I don't even think I'm going to tweet about this complaining about it because it's just like... For me, this is also a reason to think twice before using NVIDIA's closed source driver. See, I don't know though if it's a DirectX thing with NVIDIA contributing or what, because like I've done this stuff in OpenGL and it's all worked, like using read pixels, using pixel buffer objects and stuff, like that's all worked. Like I'm fairly confident it's a Unity bug. I think that's it for me in Unity. I think I'm going to release my universal render pipeline fix on my website. And, I mean, I obviously can't do auto exposure. I think I'm going to go back to my own engine. It's really a hard choice because there's so much in Unity I want to use. Like, there's so much good stuff in the engine, but all of that doesn't matter if you can't do basic things in it because their API doesn't function. That, or are you doing it wrong according to the Unity PAP? Yeah. I don't see what's wrong though. This is actually all like the simple bad way of doing it. Like this API is supposed to be designed for anyone to use. Like you can call these functions and just like the update because they're all synchronous and they're insanely slow. The way I was trying to do this before, it was the optimized way with async GPU readbacks. And that, funny enough, had basically the same bug as this. I'm actually thinking that behind the scenes, Unity has programmed read pixels to use the async GPU readback, and because they have a bug in their async GPU readback, that is just in all the parts of the engine there. I mean, it's fine. As the I saying it's fine while I have the flashing cube up in front of me. It's fine as a cube glitches out in front of you. the most disappoint like so the thing that makes me think this isn't Unity Pep is because were you here when I switched over to OpenGL Core? It starts working properly as soon as I go to OpenGL Core. I'll do that right here. You can try Godot and I can give you tips then? Maybe. Surely there must be people using render text or read pixels for screenshots. So they actually moved their screenshot API to a new thing called screen capture. So I don't know. I do not know. But yeah, I think people have had issues with screenshots in Unity too. Yeah, also, so I feel like, I talked about this a bit. I think actually taking screenshots from your main camera wouldn't be that much of an issue. I think part of the issue is this render single camera. In previous Unity versions, the way you've done it is you do camera.render here. You can see, so this is their standard path, but with the new universal render pipeline, they've done stuff a special way, so you actually need to do render single camera because camera.render doesn't work. I think this is implemented way differently than their camera.render, and so like when you render the main camera, you can just do read pixels and it'll just work, because it's just like you could even do read pixels with null and just, you know what, I should actually check if I do null and I just read the screen. Alright, let's check this. Wait, it's bugging in OpenGL Core now too. Huh. I guess not. It's so weird. You can see it's like depth is actually like turned off on the building or something. Like look, it's almost like it's rendering without depth testing. So this is the camera with all the options. What if we turn it on? So this is what happens if we just render to it. Yep, so it is render single camera. If I turn it off, you can see this is rendering with render single camera, and this is if you can see the time it flashes here is the few times it's rendering with render single camera. So I think my only possible solution here would be to just keep this camera rendering all the time, and then when I do render, and then never do render single camera. Basically just constantly keep it rendering and only read it a few. Wait, let's see if this works. Yep, so no flashing now. No flashing. I'm so disappointed. Like, I got it working, but like, at what cost? At what cost? long time of debugging. No, the actual joke there was, this is like, I was worried about it not being the most optimal thing of the async GPU callback. Now I'm literally rendering the camera every frame just to read it like 1 out of 30 frames just because the API is so fucking shitty. Who cares about performance, right? Alright, how do I want to do this now? So if I don't even need on render, because it's just going to be rendering it every single frame, I wonder if there's a way to set like target frame rate. How to render several cameras at different frame rates. The solution is to use the camera.render function. Oh, well, what do you know? Camera.render doesn't work in the universal render pipeline. You know what, let's try it. Cam.render. Cursive rendering is not supported. Are you calling camera.render from within a render pipeline? Yes, yes I am. Wait, let me think about that. Recursive rendering is not supported. Oh my god. Wait. Camera.render works. Even though the docs say to use universal render pipeline.render. So I think it just threw the error that universal render pipeline.render single camera was supposed to throw. I think when I just did render single camera, it was supposed to throw a recursive rendering error, and I'm not supposed to be able to call that inside on render. I have a theory that it is literally just not throwing errors. So to test out this theory, we're going to put our rendering now inside update. So now we'll do cam.render, wait the frame delay. Holy shit, it works. Oh my god, it works. Holy shit. Wait, let me check the documentation on this. I am blown away right now. Where's the documentation for Unity render single camera? So look, this was what I looked at before. Is there a way to do camera.render with URP? You can use universal render. So this is from a Unity dev. And this is in 2020. Like, so I was like, I saw this and I'm like, this is up to date information. So where in the actual Unity docs does it suggest that, where is this function documented is the question. Like, do they actually not have documentation on this? There is no documentation on what this function actually does. Maybe I'm an idiot for just taking one of Unity devs. Wait, Does this mean this guy works at Unity? That's what this means, right? Like, I saw this, and I'm like, oh, this is the correct answer because it's from a Unity dev. I hate Unity now. Well, I always hated it. I'm not sure what I think. I think I'm pretty happy right now that I just got this working. Oh my god. It took so long. So now what I'm questioning is the async readback. Does the async readback actually work? And it was just this that was bugged. Oh my god. Am I going to add back in the async? I'm going to add back in the async readback code. Jesus Christ. This forum profile is an error page. Seems legit. Maybe having paid version of Unity support will answer questions. Yeah, that is the way of looking at it. So let me just check. That was doing, yeah, 0 frame delay. So now, how do I do this again? Request, render texture. Oh yeah, so I'll copy this to the texture. Now I'm not certain if I need to do applied. Call apply to actually upload to the GPU. Yeah, okay. Now, if this works, my god. Oh my god, it works and the FPS is like 300 higher. I am actually triggered right now. So I'll go and tell the people on See, it's your fault. Exactly. Exactly. Well, actually, I don't know if it's my fault because this universal, like, the universal render pipeline dot render single camera, this should be the same thing as camera dot render. Like, the Unity dev literally said to do that. And my crazy thing is, I think in later versions of Unity, this is literally removed because they're focusing completely on the scriptable render pipeline. And this is from the standard render pipeline that's supposedly deprecated. Like, Unity docs say that you're supposed to put all of this rendering inside the scriptable render context functions, like these onRender callbacks. Maybe it works with single render callback when doing it in... no, you can't do that because you need the scriptable render context here. Like, I'm actually curious if this will break in builds. Like, I'm actually scared that this won't work in builds or on some graphics APIs, because I feel like this scriptable render context is actually a representation of like OpenGL context or something on Android, and that while I'm on PC this is fine and they can just access the DirectX calls anywhere, but on Android they'll actually need like an OpenGL context or something. Just make your own engine. That's what I was saying, like, you literally end up going through engine development when you do this stuff. And now I'm not certain what the way to do this is either. Okay, so this is... Alright, so presumably on platforms that support async readback, they'll also support floating point textures. So when I do async readback, I'll read back in float, and then when I read back using the inefficient get pixels here, I'll use halves. All right, so let's check the support. You're going to sleep. Have fun crashing. I guess if I did night streams, it would be way better for you, eh? What am I looking for again? Supports async readback. There we go. Well, have a good sleep. Wait a minute. I just realized I'm reading these floats from an alpha red green blue 32. That's the wrong texture format. Oops. I'm so happy that I'm finally going to get this working, though. I think. I assume now that I'm actually getting consistent values. Are you supposed to like manually call context.submit before using it or something? No. At least, honestly, I don't know, because Unity doesn't really document it. Maybe you're supposed... See, here's the thing. I think what the universal render pipeline does is it calls some of these functions, like begin render pass and end render pass and this stuff. But I don't understand it. Also, you can execute command buffers. Standalone camera rendering. Use this to render. Where did you get that documentation from? Wait, same page? Oh, at the top you can choose version. Oh, latest version? Is it documented here? Oh my god, here it's documented. This method doesn't call begin rendering render. So this would make you think, though. This would still make you think that this should render a camera. And it still doesn't... what I really wonder is, behind the scenes, how is this camera.render different than this? Because they should be doing the same thing. And if they don't, it worries me that like this won't work on certain graphics APIs. Overrides render pipeline.render. Yeah, I think that renders the whole pipeline. Oh yeah, okay. And so I'm gonna want to allocate a native array for this. All right. Oh. Non-nullable type. This is, of course, a struct. So... will this always default to created equals false? Let me test this. I'm just going to get the initialization and everything working. and then we'll deal with the actual auto exposure and updating. False. So I think I can rely on that. If async buffer got created. Here we go. Alright, hopefully that will work. Oh yeah, I forgot deinitialization. Okay, I need to check if this crashes or throws any errors. Because what I'm doing here is really dangerous while I'm doing a while false loop. But this is the only way, as far as I'm aware, to actually free the native buffers without exceptions. Because you can't free them while... Alright, everything seems to work. No errors. We're getting pretty good FPS as well, considering we're reading back the camera each frame. Wish I could do all these fancy DirectX 11 things. I mean, this isn't really fancy DirectX 11 stuff. This is mostly abstracted. And I'm also supporting... I check whether or not the DirectX 11 stuff is supported, and if not, I fall back to stuff that's supported on Android. I also support VR. At least so far. Oh my god, I just realized I didn't test reading it back. I still am gonna test. I just realized. I still need to make sure that everything is working. Auto exposure in VR, yep. So now we put this into the native array. And then hopefully we can just access it. Like this. Now what is wrong about this? No method takes one argument. Oh yeah. And I have to set the read texture. So I never tried this with HDR and the native buffers. So I just want to make sure everything works. I mean, You never know where you're gonna run into bugs. Alright, there we go. No, it's working. That actually looks kind of cool too, like a portal. I'm kind of getting ideas of doing like a portal-like game seeing this. Oh my god, that makes me so happy to see it working though. Like, even if like there's all these bugs and things, at the end of the day what matters is if you can get it working. No, all the time it took definitely matters. That I really hope Unity improves their documentation in the days to come, but my goal is to try and get comfortable in like this new 2019 version, or that's the thing I was talking about, is I was just getting comfortable in like Unity 5 when I moved up to this 2019 version, and it just completely changed everything. Now I'm still getting comfortable with this, and it's like, do I just want to go back to Unity 5? Never used Unity, don't know if it's worth it. I think it's worth it for like VR and stuff, where implementing VR APIs and stuff yourself is crazy, or at least if you want to implement a bunch of different things like Oculus, or if you want to do a bunch of different renders like DirectX, OpenGL, Vulkan, Metal. It's crazy doing all that yourself. So that is what I like Unity for, but it also drives me fucking crazy at times. Alright, so then if async supported, and async done, then our data is actually just ready in async buffer, isn't it? I'm just thinking how I want to combine this. I'm going to toggle off async support just for the beginning, using Unity for a couple hours until I got so frustrated that I uninstalled it. Was that recently, or was that in the past? I think Unity has actually gotten a lot worse recently than it was in the past. Like 4 years ago. Yeah, that actually is fairly recently. See, people who play VR chat learn Unity very good when they have no connection to game development or programming at all. So I mean, if you need Unity, it's easy to learn. Yeah, I don't know if creating maps in VR chat is like the same as scripting games though. It's around the time they added the whole 2D thing. Yeah, that was still fairly recently. It's kind of crazy to think that Unity didn't really have 2D. Like, people still don't. If you look at like if you ask people how to do 2D in Unity, the majority of people these days will still tell you just to create a 3D scene in Unity because the 2D framework still doesn't work well. It's just like a harsh fact. I'm thinking about how I am going to do this. I guess these are going to have to be two separate pieces of code because one is going to read from the async buffer and that this is going to read into color here and do an allocation, unless I want to decode half values, which I don't think I have any good way of doing in C#, but I am kind of curious. Reading the data into a native array and then doing it would be I do kind of want to get half decoding as well. Importing avatars, you have to learn Avatar API and export from Blender to Unity VR chat with the reworking bones and colliders. Oh yeah, it's definitely game development, but I don't know if it's still on the level as like of scripting. I'm gonna look at that guy's code for doing have to float. Wait. I need to look up what a denormal is. Being able to use FBX without needing Autodesk license sounds nice though. True. Denormal numbers or denormalized numbers. Fill the underflow gap around 0 in floating point arithmetic. Any non-zero number with magnitude smaller than the smallest number is subnormal. Got back and you're still going. Did you find a fix? Yeah, I found the fix. Had nothing to do with the async readback or anything. I need to use camera.render instead of universal render pipeline.render. Render single camera. It turns out the documentation and a Unity developer lied to me. Yeah, 10 out of 10 documentation. So now I'm trying to figure out I might need to deal with denormals here, but I'm not 100% certain. I don't. Yeah, this is probably what I want to read. FGCN. Yeah, Fabian Gieson has a blog post. Man, good old shader toy. I love the shader toy community. Oracle versus Google case about Java, maybe to save and reverse engineer anything if it allowed for Google to copy Java using any proprietary format. Be fine. I think I've actually seen people re-implement an FBX importer. Different flow formats correctly is most about making sure you catch all the important cases and map them properly. So let's make a list of all the different cases. Normalized numbers, the one where the exponent bits are either all 0 are neither all 0 nor all 1. This is the majority of all floats. Single precision floats have both a larger exponent range and more manticipits than half precision floats, so converting normalized floats is easy. Add a bunch of 0 bits at the end of mantissa and adjust the exponent. Should map to 0, easy. Values of their denormals, and half precision map to a regular normalized number, and single precision infinities map to infinities. Nan, I don't think I need to worry about nans or infinities or any of these because it's coming from the GPU. Is this what the guy gave me? Quick and dirty that doesn't deal with nans. Sure, infinite slash nan survive. This might be too much. Yeah, and this uses conversion tables still. I don't know if I want to deal with conversion tables in this. Yeah, so this just looks up a bunch of stuff in the table. Okay, this is actually pretty nice. This is a quick and dirty copy. It basically just copies the... Oh, see, this is going to be really hard to do in C#. This is why I think I'm not going to end up doing it in C#. Because I don't know if I don't think there's a way for me to easily just copy memory like this in C#. Maybe there is. Oh, struct layout hacks. I'm trying to convert a half to float in C# where I don't have access to direct memory copies, so I have to use some hacks like using struct field offsets to I remember having this question in 2013, I think, when developing C# app for C# mobile phones. There's so many ways to do this, but not a lot of them are efficient. And that's my huge issue here, is I'm doing this just to avoid get pixels, which allocates an array here, but then the issue is if my thing just ends up being inefficient because it has to use some of these C# hacks just to copy memory over. think this is the best answer, is using struct layout explicit. Alright, so I'll do it unoptimized first, and then we'll do the optimized version. C# has half type, really? I feel like C# might have it, but like newer versions of C#, not the old version that Unity's on. Let's see though. Oh, since 2020, yeah. Unity does not have new features. Okay, so let's just try and get auto exposure working. Using mono as main.net implementation. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing now. I think they've got something more complicated, but I'm not sure. It's probably still mono backend, but like their IL2 CPP, I'm not sure if it uses mono anymore. Maybe actually. Mathf have to float. Oh my god, you genius! Thank you. Wow. That is one that I did not expect Unity to have. That's beautiful. Thank you. Oh my god. Okay. So that should be pretty easy to do then once I do have that in a native array. Then I can just load it in a native array of U shorts. Alright. I actually think the auto exposure is going to work this time. I might have just jinxed myself, but exposure divided by sum of colors set to color filter pause champ. What emotes do I have? I should update my better Twitch TV emotes. I just make sure all the settings are good.
I am impressed.
Alright, nothing's happening. Thanks for the follow, Dan MSC. Nothing is happening. I think I'm not sure what's happened. Let me make sure it's calling this. If async supported. Oh, I'm not setting read frame delay to 0. Here we go. It works! Auto exposure actually works. So when I go in this dark area, it gets insanely bright. So what I'll want to do is I'll want to make that more delayed. So it like smooths between one or the other. So it doesn't like instantly adjust. Like I'll lerp between these color values. That's very nice though. So yeah, I'm just thinking how I want to lerp between these. I need like a, I don't know if I need to do it based off the read frame delay or what. Yeah, the issue is I need to interpolate it. I guess I can interpolate it based off the read frame delay. So now I do last filter equals next filter, and the next filter equals this. And then instead I update it override each frame. Then I lerp between the colors. Between last filter and next filter. Based off the read frame delay, I think is the way to do this. Could give it like a max speed. That's gonna, yeah, so this is basically gonna be like the speed, is however big delay it is basically the length that it interpolates across. I'm just making sure this is gonna work okay because this is never gonna go to full. This will start at 0 and it'll set it to last filter and start going towards next filter. I believe it'll work though. Let's see. I'm gonna set the frame delay to like 30. Oh yeah. So it's really interesting how the sun doesn't really make up for the brightness on the ground. Like, so in real life, the sun would be so bright that when you look up in the sky like this, or actually even in path tracing, when you look up at the sun like this, it's bright enough that it doesn't cause this super bright glaring. But the sun in the skybox actually isn't bright enough to cause that effect. Or maybe it's the resolution of this. We can up the exposure though. And so this is trying to average out to make the average color 1. And so this is trying to average out to make the average color 0.1. So now you can see, even when we like go here, tries to keep the average color being 0.3. So regardless of where you are, it will adjust the brightness to average out the color. And yeah, I just realized this actually isn't correct. It's not dealing with colors correctly. But it's still pretty good. I also think I should have it change slower, like over a longer period of time. Because like this flashing between it is definitely not like ideal. Woo, I'm very happy it's working though. Yeah, so this should actually be square root g times g plus b times b. Maybe even make the, so this is the thing, this is running at like 400 frames per second. Now that I think about it, what if I lower the frame rate? That'll actually make it way more manageable. I could have sworn I set the frame rate somewhere here. Maybe not. So setting it to 60 will mean that this is guaranteed a second between interpolating. And then I'm going to up the frame height so it's actually better quality. Yeah, it's almost too delayed. I actually almost think I need to make it be a running average. Or maybe clamp the max brightness. I gotta see. Because it's not giving me the... It's changing too much between them. And I figured out that the lerp delay isn't actually the same type of effect I'm going for. Like, I'll look at this black object and it'll lighten up way too slow, and then here it'll darken way too slow. Doesn't make sense to take the range between... Doesn't make sense to take the range between the min and max brightness. Yeah... See, I don't think that's realistic. You actually technically could apply the contrast as well, not just exposure. So like you subtract a minimum value so that you like shift the minimum down to 0, but I don't think that's the realistic way. Like I think it's just exposure where you just change the amount of light. So when I look up at the sky, it actually gets brighter, when that should actually be the opposite. The sky shouldn't get dark like that just from looking at the ground. I honestly feel like, though, that's all because the sun doesn't match up. Yeah, this might not function. So I'll try doing a running average. Rally the sun is over 1. Yeah, so it is over 1 in the sky in Unity here as well, but I'm assuming like for a light this small, it actually needs to be like thousands of units in brightness to spread all the way and still light everything up to 1. But I think in the sky it's actually only like 10 to 100 units of brightness, so it's like, yeah, it's HDR, but it's not actually accurate HDR. So let's do alert the last filter. With our new value. Let's see how that works. Oh yeah. So then I can choose like a smoothness. So this running average, I think, should give a better result if I mix it with like somewhat real time, like 5-frame delay. Oh, it's a bit choppy. So that is what I want, where it updates in pretty much real time. But it is choppy. Yeah. Huh. So I think, I don't think the auto exposure is going to work that amazingly. I think actually the LURP was the best bet. Because this running average isn't smooth. And while the running average was delayed, it was like, it was very nice. Or sorry, not the running average, while the LURPing was delayed, it did go smoothly. So I think this is what I'm almost thinking I should apply like gamma or something to this. Like part of the issue is this isn't doing any concept of linear or gamma space. Like this thing of looking up at the sky. I'm not sure if that's good or bad. Just add clouds. That's not an easy thing to do. I guess if I got a different skybox. You know what I think this is? This is the way it's calculating. Hold on. What if instead of doing... I'm going to try a few different ways of doing this. What if I do max? And then another thing I can also try that still does it. I'm thinking maybe clamping the brightness. I actually think HDR values might be part of what's messing it up, but then they'll give me incorrect measurements. I just realized nothing has shadows. Why does nothing have shadows? Oh, I know why. It's because oh my god. Oh yeah, so you want to see one of the huge bugs in Unity right now? Shadows don't work on terrains unless cascades are on. It's actually so bad. The bugs in the engine currently. So I should have tried this with shadows on. I think I need to do a few things. I need to control... I need to make it not change so quickly. This actually doesn't look bad. This automatically balances the brightness, which is actually really nice. I think you're kind of right that I should take the min and max into account, like the contrast. But like when I look at the dark shadow like this, I think this gets too bright. Like this is multiplying by too much. I don't know, it doesn't seem correct. Clamp the auto exposure value. Yeah, I'm thinking of clamping the auto exposure value, but that still won't fix. That'll fix the shadow here, but it's like so the way that this averages out to actually be like 0.1, when I look at the, or average out to be whatever I have it to, 0.5, yeah, 0.5. Averaging it out to be 0.1, this looks brighter than 0.1 is my issue. Yeah, I guess you're right. It's so dark. change the way I describe these. Target brightness. And then what are we going to do? Max brightness. Min brightness. Wait, no. Min exposure. Max exposure. Try raising the average to some power. I thought about doing gamma correct, but because they're HDR values, I think it'll really mess stuff up, multiplying two values that are like 100 by each other. Alright, so this will limit how much it can scale it within a decent amount. So then we clamp within the min and max exposure. Yep, that actually doesn't explode to insanely high values now. I still want it to happen smoother. Like the brightness doesn't super quickly change between these. I should find another way that doesn't, I don't know. Something else besides the lerp, maybe? Like you can see here, it's kind of delayed. When you look at the ground, it takes like a while to brighten up, and then when you look back above, that actually might be how it's supposed to go. Oh, this is a bug. I think mixing the running average with this linear interpolation is the way to do it. See, one of the weird things is for me though, this to me looks visually less bright than like this, for example. I guess maybe they average out to be the same thing. But I guess here it's the contrast that makes it appear so bright. The change is too delayed is my main issue with this linear interpolation, so you can really see it here when I go into the darkness here. It doesn't adjust right away. It like, I don't know, it waits like a second and then all of a sudden it ramps up. And then when I go out here, it like takes a while. You know what? Let's try setting it to a like 300 frame delay. What if I actually just make it a big delay? Will this slowly raise it? So now this is taking too long to average out. Doesn't wait for you to go into a differently bright area. It's weird. I'm being really picky about how I want this interpolation to happen. Be smoother if you happen to step into darkness when the delay starts. Yeah, if it lines right up with the delay. See, there it goes up way too much and then it goes down too much because it's the delay. Yeah, I definitely need a mix of the running average and the lerping. No, I just missed the top. This is definitely too inconsistent. So I'll keep the lerping there. And then I'll also do the smoothness value from the running average. And so we'll lerp our lerp values. When we do the next filter, we'll interpolate it with the last filter by the smoothness. So we'll do a running average and then lerp that running average so it doesn't create those jumpy changes in brightness. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So it's not instant. It is not instant. So now, if I increase the frame delay to like 30. Oh yeah, that's so smooth. That's way better. So I'm gonna try, I like doing this because it's quick camera movements. And so one of the things I noticed there is when I moved the camera really quick, the auto exposure would grab like a single frame from when I was moving and it wouldn't smoothly handle it. But here, and then let's try and make it even smoother. Frame delay of, let's do a small frame delay, but make it very smooth. Oh yeah, that's great. That is what I'm talking about. So when you look up at the sky, it doesn't instantly snap super bright, and when you look down at the ground, it doesn't instantly snap super dark. It's just kind of a gradual fade. Oh yeah. Okay, there we go. The auto exposure is done. Woohoo! The lines on the terrain from shadows. On right here, these lines. Yeah, these are shadow. If this is what you're talking about, then these are shadow bias. But in the terrain here, I don't really see. It might just be the texture. Let me test this from another angle. I think I can go under here. No, never mind. Yeah, I don't know why, but the shadow bias is actually worse in the universal render pipeline here. I feel like 0.5 isn't a high enough target brightness. Like 0.75 might actually be. Alright, I honestly thought that I wasn't going to be able to get this nice smooth auto exposure at a certain point there when I was messing around with the interpolation, but here it is. Beautiful. The way it doesn't just instantly change the brightness, it's like a nice smooth process. Oh, thank God. Yay. So I guess I could test this. I'm gonna get it working, and I guess I might test it in VR just to be sure it works in VR. This dark shadowed area gets really bright because of all the shadows. I wonder if I set the minimum exposure to minimum exposure to 2 maybe? So it can't ramp it up as bright. What is the light brightness? So let's check. If I turn the brightness up to just like 100, there's the auto exposure kicking in. So I limited the max it can downscale. Let's take away the limits. Does this work? It does work. There we go. So yeah, you are totally right in that the sun doesn't contribute enough. I actually think I might need to override the skybox. I think one thing I might do is add an option to override the skybox, because you can notice whenever you look at the sky here, it like loses the brightness. It doesn't like count the sun. So I guess I might add an option for custom, but otherwise it works. It works. So now I just need to add the asynchronous support, which should be easier than this, and the have to, and do the optimized version of this with native arrays. It'll be ready. Yay! Alright, hold on, I'll be right back. Alright. So I think I'm going to do this with native arrays and half floats before I do the asynchronous, because the asynchronous should be easier. Ah, man. And there's also this other thing where I'm like, instead of just doing exposure, there's like per, I don't know how to say it, per color. Instead of doing scale here, I did it differently for red, green, and blue. Like doing target brightness divided by R divided by G divided by blue. So this will give errors. Actually, I need to clamp these or it'll go to infinite. So what this should do is now the exposure levels of red, green, and blue are separate. I actually remember this working better. But yeah, this should be interesting because this should actually change the way colors work. Interesting. Huh. That actually is not working nearly as well. It's staying way too bright. If we go back here, I can't tell if it's actually working better or worse. Oh, that's actually really interesting. So looking at the sky makes everything orange. The ground makes it blue. Actually, this might be better. The way it balances colors is actually kind of nice. I feel like this is bad without bloom, but if I add bloom to this, it'll actually make it way prettier. Yeah, so my plan is to add an option where you can like interpolate between that color balancing and the exposure. So you can get like the amount of color balancing you want, or just getting exposure. So that's the complicated thing for this, at least for me, is how do I separate min exposure? I'm surprised this doesn't ruin the colors more. So as far as I'm aware, that actually won't work well for cartoonish stuff. If the only reason that works well is because this is fairly realistic, in that most things are a mix of all the other colors. Like even the sky at blue areas is like actually a mix of green and stuff, and this still has a whole bunch of Yeah, it averages to gray. But if you have a really cartoonish thing that, for example, has way more red, it's going to take away all the contrast of that red. Oh god, my camera just flipped. I also feel like my materials are actually really bad right now. This isn't a good scene to test it on, but... Yeah, so my issue is that the exposure values that I'm like using right now in terms of brightness are different. So I'd have target brightness, and then I'd probably also want... So then there's exposure contribution. So what this is how much red, green, and blue separately contribute to exposure. So like I was talking about before, how the proper way would be to do like luminance calculation from yellow chroma, red chroma, blue. I'm not going to do that because you might actually want custom luminance calculation. That's what this lets you do. You could feed in the... I might make this by default the yellow chroma, red chroma, green thing, but color.white should work. But then I'm also going to need like the target color. Yeah, my issue is that, as well as I'm going to need to limit the target color. I guess the min exposure and max exposure, I'll just apply that same thing. Yeah, never mind. Alright. Alright. I don't know if I should call this target brightness or just brightness and color, because brightness and color are pretty much correct. I actually feel like I don't need to document these values. I'm just thinking maybe exposure contribution, but all these things of like min exposure, max exposure should be pretty self-explanatory. Like exposure contribution might not be... Brightness is pretty self-explanatory. Color should be self-explanatory. I need to remember how Unity float range attribute. Range attribute, I think, is what I'm... Yeah, will be shown as a slider. Okay. So yeah, this is actually what I don't know how to call. That's... I'm forgetting how to talk. I don't know what to call it. It's basically the interpolation value between like brightness and color, which one it weights more. Color balancing. I guess I'll just call it color balancing. How would I describe this? average per color exposure. Yeah, words are hard. Brightness, auto exposure will attempt to match this. Weight of color balancing compared to auto exposure. One only color. 0 auto exposure is applied. It's a mix between the two. Between cause a mix. I should actually look this up. Red, green, blue. Okay. And I might need to normalize this. Should be normalized. I wonder if there's a way to normalize this. Maybe not. I think this top one is normalized. Perceived luminance from red, green, blue. Oh yeah, so this one was good. That, yeah, that's it. Okay. I feel like these are pretty self-explanatory, but 0 is 0 is, I don't know what to call 0. Above 0 should not be 0. Whatever. People will probably figure it out when they set that to 0. I guess I could set this to range. Like that. Let's see, how does this look? Target brightness does not exist in the current context. I'll just comment this out for now. I just want to see what this inspector looks like. Oh my god, I think that's it. I think those are the options. So now to actually implement that, that gives us our nice average. So what we need to do, instead of doing this, we need to lerp between the two values. I'm thinking if I just want to use color.lerp, I also want to search up Unity reuse color struct. I don't think this is something you can do. Wait, I might be thinking of the wrong thing. Can I just do... Oh my god, I could just do that. Okay, wait. So that means... color buffer. I can just create like a color buffer type thing. Although I think this just creates a new color anyways. So how do I want to do this? I guess I could just do individual lerp calls for each. Yeah, I'm just gonna do new color. I don't know. I'm so obsessed with micro optimizations that it's like can't dot color. Yeah, I don't think that's a function in Unity. It might be though. No. I probably could have converted it to vector 3 and done dot, but Unity does some gamma correct stuff with color that I don't want to worry about. Alright, now I think I need to repeat this for all the colors. I'm not really sure if this is the way I want to do it, but this should give me what I'm thinking of, a mix between the auto exposure being on brightness and being on color and doing color balancing. Oh, I forgot to limit the exposure as well, but that's no big deal right now. How do the default settings look? Not bad. I think it could be a bit more delayed. Let's try switching between color balancing. So this is just auto exposure. This is with color balancing. Now what about a mix between the two? That's actually nice, the mix. Definitely need to add the limit to it though. See, this is really weird because it should technically be scaling this up. Like, it shouldn't scale this up this much. Like, this shouldn't be that bright, even though it's a dark shadow. Why isn't, what, 0.5? The color balancing, or... So, like, does this explode to insanely high values even when the brightness is 0.1? Target brightness 0.5 pure white. Oh yeah, so it's only doing color balancing, which is based off this. Yeah, so this should average out to 0.1, but this seems way brighter than 0.1. I wonder if this is like precision errors with the half or something. Because this looks way brighter than 0.1. Yeah, I wonder if it's sRGB. Let me look up Unity disable color sRGB. Does color struct apply gamma? Color is a floating point value with a range from 0 to 1. Wait, really? I thought that they were floats. Version of the color that has gamma curve. Yeah, you might be right. I need to get linear color. I'm surprised there isn't info here about what color is, Are color structs in gamma space? You would think that on the color space page they tell you. I guess it's just assumed that colors are in whatever space you're working in, either gamma or linear. So maybe let's try dot linear, and then I'll try dot gamma. It might also be that these are applying in gamma space or linear. Oh wait, I should set this up. That looks way too bright. I think it didn't work, but we'll see. So that's ridiculously bad. It's way too bright. So let's try gamma. Oh yeah, I think that's it. I think I was supposed to apply dot gamma. I wonder if this is going to be different whether or not I'm in gamma space or whatever. Let's mess around with it. So let's try target of 0.5. Yeah, that actually looks way more correct. Oh my god, so I think I had gamma wrong. This actually seems like it's working. Let's, so if it's actually 0.5, ShareX should show this as being 127. I think the shadows here are messing with it. Hold on. Oh my god, I just realized my thing down here. Oh, I just figured out one of the issues. This has render shadows on, but the other one didn't have render shadows on. Oh my god. Okay, so let's measure this. 80. So it's a bit dim. So what I just realized is I need to copy render shadows. Wait, are those... Is there no render shadows? Wait. How do I change... There has to be a way to turn off. Unity camera. Change render shadows from code. Wow. Really? Change the camera's render type. Oh, wait. Get universal additional camera data. Oh, is this slow? And I can't set this. Oh no. Cannot be assigned to. What? This isn't huge, but it's really annoying if you actually can't toggle shadows on a camera. What? What? Excuse me? Unity? Yeah, I hate get set too. It hides the fact that like functions are being called behind the scenes. Wow, maybe just can't set it? How is it read-only if it has a set? Exactly. I'm surprised how little results are coming up in Google from this. I guess maybe because I'm using an older version. Yeah, it says it as a get and set, but these documentations have been wrong many times before. I feel like all these new APIs for Unity are just straight up unfinished. Like they just straight up don't work. It's really disappointing. So like I guess there's no way to toggle shadows. Like wait. What if... Oh no, that'll copy post-processing options too. I actually don't think there's any way. I think you just need to turn off light, like... Yeah. I guess it's just... If you turn off shadows, you turn off shadows. I honestly don't know. Let me try and get rid of this banding here. Alright, now let me test this. So this might read out the wrong value too. I have this set to 0.5, but this actually might read without gamma as like 0.3 or 0.35. You can't make a new camera in real time with shadows. You can't toggle shadows. So like it automatically has shadows enabled by default, but it has this option to let you turn off shadows for a specific camera. But yeah, that doesn't, you can't change it. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so this is interesting. Nope, it output 0.5. And so this 80 shows up as 0.313. Which isn't equal to any of these. So I guess this is linear color, presumably. I'm not sure if I want gamma for this. This is weird. Like, I would say that this balances out better, but it's... I don't like how it's inconsistent, and I believe that's because of the gamma correct. Oh wait, I'm actually curious about something. What happens if I gamma correct values that are over 1? How do I make it HDR? Color usage. Color is 0 to 1 unless you enable HDR. Alright. I should be able to set values above 1. There we go. So let's see what happens when gamma correct is applied to values above 1. Ah, it makes them way bigger. Yep, this is really confusing, actually. This doesn't seem to line up. Let me output the colors, the average. 0.7. It's making it darker. Four. Okay, so let's see. This is measuring 0.01. So sRGB conversion artifacts. Huh. So this is 2. So that's way smaller than 0.09. So this is giving way bigger values. I guess with the gamma. Now let's try it. So I'm turning off any of the auto exposure or anything. I'm just going back to just testing how it's measuring the brightness and exposure. There we go. That's correct values. Let's go here. This one might be wrong. 117. No, this is actually... It's pretty much right. I think that's right as well. Alright, so it seems like this is correct. I wonder if it's just like precision errors then. Color you give to the correction thing needs dot gamma. Yeah, I was thinking about that. Gray surface, just large gray lines. That sRGB artifacts. Yeah, I mean it's limited color precision too. Like these gray bands right here. That's because it's literally like 1 pixel. Like if you just saw me sampling this, it's literally the difference between 1 out of 255 and 2 out of 255. It's like the limit of 8-bit color. Any other banding should probably just be the stream. Some blue noise dithering. They actually do have dithering. I don't have it on right now though. Oh, so this is 0.5 color. So that was way too bright. This is actually correct. Bit should give correct gradient at any scale. I mean 32, I mean if you mean like the 8-bit color channel, then I mean it's limited to 255 values. I think that's right though. I think I need to apply gamma or linear before doing this. white 8-bit? Because, I mean, basically, like, every screen these days outputs 8-bit color values. I mean, I don't have an HDR monitor. Not a lot of people have HDR color monitors. I mean, Unity, why would it put out anything more than what's being displayed? And how would you even know if it's putting out more than anything being displayed? Except for in like post-processing buffers in between. Yeah, maybe this is in linear. Oh god. Oh god, it's so bright. Yeah, that probably was wrong. Oh my god, it's actually working. Is it gonna adjust? Can really see the banding when it does smooth exposure, at least on stream. Interesting. There's like no banding for me. Right here is when there's banding, like right there in the dark. Yeah, you can actually see, you're right, you can see it right when it's in between there. Wow, I think it's just color precision. Like, it actually seems to not just not line up. Wait, it works. Okay. Oh yeah, there's definitely banding and precision issues right there. Definitely. Interesting. So I wonder if like Unity is using 16-bit render textures even when... Yeah, that is the same banding that's on my stream. So I'm really curious. I wonder if that's like, it's weird. I don't really notice the banding at all right here. But yeah, I wonder if it's like color So what I want to try is, actually, I don't know how to do this. Wait, maybe I do. I think I have a custom, I think my custom post-processing effect will do that. I want to try rendering to HDR. I think it's rendering to, I think it's rendering to a 16-bit instead of float. So I'm going to try rendering this to full HDR, 32-bit HDR. I would definitely say there's way less banding now. Oh yeah, and now it's working. Yeah, it's definitely it's rendering to 16-bit instead of 32-bit HDR. Left side is 16 bits, right side is 8-bit, same gradient. Screen FBO is 16-bit and 8-bit. Wow. That's so weird because it should be rendering at, I wonder if that's due to scaling or whatever. Like in post-processing. I mean, this definitely is, but I wonder about in your Sky. So... Huh. I mean, if it renders, how do you force, I don't even think there's a way to like force 32-bit. Okay, this is making me rethink how to do this. So maybe applying it as a post effect actually isn't the way to do it. Like applying it as one of these global volumes relies on having actual good HDR. Yeah, it is using 16 bits. The issue is it needs 32 bits apparently to get good quality. That banding was with 16 bits, and the banding is still kind of there with 32 bits, but it's pretty small. My other thing I'm going to try is, what if I read this back in full HDR? Even if the post-processing effect is off. This should actually mess stuff up, I think. So you can see the... I almost want to say the banding is better. Yeah, interesting. Oh, I haven't... Derp. There we go. No, the banding's still there. Yeah, exact same thing. And now let's try it with 32-bit floating point buffers. Oh my god, let me get rid of this. Warn if no cameras rendering. No. My issue with this is forcing it to render to HDR like this isn't a good way of going about it. So there's still a bit of banding there. Yeah, there's still banding. It's better, but it's still wrong. Yeah. Huh. My issue with this as well is like, the post effect is really nice because it only applies to the camera. But as soon as I start playing the auto exposure in like a general shader, I can't just turn it on and off. I think I'm going to have to deal with the fact that this is going to have precision issues. I'm still just pretty happy that auto exposure works, because I don't even need it to support giant ranges. I just need it to support decent range of values. I'm disappointed though that I don't know why it's measuring the color wrong. I feel like there's some linear or gamma filtering going on there. I guess I could try changing to linear. Game is entirely flat gray. Crazy amount of banding without dithering. Oh yeah, I bet. You use blue noise dithering, I guess. I think if I was going to do a game like that, I would try to do stylized filtering. Did that just change to linear? It barely changed how anything looked. Huh. So it's wrong in linear. Huh. That's interesting. So I guess I need to manually convert from linear to gamma or something. Now I'm actually curious. Do I want to convert from linear to gamma here? Oh my god, does converting to gamma fix it? I actually think it looks worse in linear. Oh, maybe it has a little bit less banding in linear. So let me try, instead of doing gamma there, what if we do gamma here? Make it more optimized. Convert it to gamma somewhere down the line. No, I'm gonna need to do it. Okay. How do I check? Alright. Oh my god, it's okay. It's getting late. I need to stop just going, okay, I'm gonna fix this, and then I'm gonna fix this, and then fix this. It's alright. I'm done for now. I'm probably gonna be back in like 2 or 3 hours. I think I want to finish this tonight. I said on Twitter like a week ago that I was gonna post some of these Unity packages I was working on, and here I am, still debugging them. So I think I'll get them done tonight, though. Yeah, so I'll most likely be back in a few hours. If not, you'll see me tomorrow. I'm going to do another programming stream to tomorrow. It was an amazing stream. Thank you. I think this is... I can't remember the last time I did an 8-hour stream. It was definitely like 2 years ago. So, thank you for watching. Yeah. If you have any questions, I'm on Discord or Twitter or have an email. I hope everyone else is doing good. I hope you have a good day, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Thanks for watching. I'll see you around.